For the record, my name is Gabriela Coletta Zapata, District 1 City Councilor, and I'm Chair of the Boston City Council Committee on Government Operations. Today is May 29th, 2024. This hearing is being recorded. It is also being live streamed at boston.gov/city-council-TV and broadcasted on Xfinity Channel 8, RCN Channel 82, and FiOS Channel 964. Attendance in accordance with Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2021, modifying certain requirements of the open meeting law and relieving public bodies of certain requirements, including the requirement that public bodies conduct its meeting in a public place that is open and physically accessible to the public. The City Council will be conducting this hearing remotely. This enables the City Council to carry out its responsibilities while ensuring public access to its deliberations through adequate alternative means. Written comments may be sent to the committee email at ccc.go@boston.gov and will be made a part of the record and available to all councilors. Public testimony will be taken at the end of this hearing. If you're interested in testifying, please email our Central Staff Liaison, Megan Kavanaugh, at Megan, MEGAN.KAVANAGH @boston.gov for the link, and your name will be added to the list. Today's hearing is on docket number 0645, an ordinance establishing the Office of Inspector General within the City of Boston. This matter was sponsored by Councilors Julia Mejia, Tanya Fernandez-Anderson, and Brian Worrell, and referred to the committee on April 3rd, 2024. Today, I am joined by my colleagues in order of arrival: Councilor Ed Flynn, Councilor Julia Mejia, Councilor Brian Worrell, flagging any councilors that may still be in the attendees section rather than panelists for central staff in the event that they're there. For now, we'll go to opening remarks. I'll start with the lead sponsors and then go to my colleagues. So with that, I'll pass it over to the lead sponsor, Councilor Julia Mejia, for any opening remarks she may have.
Thank you, Councilor Coletta Zapata. Just want to thank you and your office for your patience. This was our Deuce's first time hosting a hearing, coordinating one, and we had a double header. This morning we started off with the hiring, firing, and promotional practices within BPD and BPS. So needless to say, we were juggling a lot. So really do appreciate your patience with us and thanking you for coordinating this alongside us. And I also want to thank my colleagues, Councilor Worrell and Councilor Anderson, for joining us on this journey. I want to be clear for the record that this was not my bright idea. This was actually Councilor Campbell in 2019 filed an ordinance to explore the possibility of establishing an Office of Inspector General. And unfortunately, we were not able to bring it across the finish line, and I want to give credit where credit is due. This is an opportunity for us to bring it across the finish line, and my hope is that we're looking at this work from a proactive perspective, not a reactive, because oftentimes when we think about audits and investigations and recommendations, we're always coming from something that has happened. My hope is that we can get into the practice of looking at whether or not our city is being efficient, it's being responsive, and it is working alongside those that we serve. So I don't want to take up too much time because we have a lot of panelists that are lined up to speak. And I want to be super mindful of the limited time that we have to be together. So I want to thank everybody for showing up, and let's get to work.
Thank you, Councilor Mejia. It's been great working with your office. Shout out to Dulce for navigating 2 hearings today. It's not easy. I'll pass it over to the other sponsor, Councilor Brian Worrell.
Thank you, Chair, and just want to thank, first and foremost, Council Mejia for including me to be original co-sponsor, and then to Attorney General Campbell for all her work in this space. Looking forward to the conversation. I see my good friend, IG Shapiro, and Councilor DeCara. here in the room, and also Louis Elisa here. So looking forward to what I know when you line up these three gentlemen in the room, what's going to be a robust, full of knowledge and information conversation. So thank you, Chair, and just looking forward to the conversation.
Thank you, Councillor Worrell. Councillor Ed Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good to be with you, Madam Chair, and our panel, Mr. Shapiro, Councillor DeCara. I'm here to learn about this proposal and looking forward to this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Flynn. Just scanning for anybody else. Oh, we've been joined by Councillor Burden. Councillor Burden, you just entered. Are you okay for your opening remarks?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm delighted to be here. Good to see some familiar faces out there. Councillor DeCara. Look forward to the conversation, and thank you. And thank you to Councillor Mejia for bringing this conversation forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burden. I'll go ahead and just give a brief opening remark. When Councillor Mejia introduced us on the floor, I immediately was supportive of the idea. I know that we're going to hear from some folks, including IG Shapiro. Would love to learn from you and understand what your role is across the Commonwealth, understand what your interactions are with the City of Boston. I don't think that, I do think that transparency and accountability is always welcomed in this city, and in instances where the city has had to pay for legal fees and contracting out for attorneys. Understanding where there could be some cost saving here is also a financial conversation. And so I'm really interested to learn more and better understand how the City of Boston can make this a reality. So this is a hearing, and so it's a fact-finding mission. We're here to gather as much information as possible. And so with that, the agenda just going through right now is that we will have the first panel go ahead, and we'll have questions from council colleagues. We also have a second panel that will give testimony, and we'll take questions from the council, and then we'll move forward to public testimony. And so, Councillor Mejia, I have, for the first panel, we've been so lucky to be joined by our auditor, State Auditor Diana DiZoglio. We have her here on the first panel, so we'll have her go first if she is ready. And then I have Councillor DeCara, and then Inspector General of the City of Philadelphia, Alex DeSantis. We have IG of the Commonwealth, Jeffrey Shapiro, then Louis Elisa, and then Fatima Ali Salam. Does that sound about right to you, Councilor Mejia?
No, but if that's the order that you want to go in, I am going to, I think we had State Auditor DiZoglio first, and then I believe Larry, right? Councillor DeCara. Then Louis Elisa, then IG Shapiro.
Okay, that sounds good to me. With that, I know that she's very busy, and we're very honored to have her here. But State Auditor Diana DiZoglio, the floor is yours for any testimony that you want to provide.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair Coletta Zapata. It is great to see you today. And it's great to see everybody virtually. I am grateful for the opportunity to join you today. I am your state auditor for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Thank you again to the chairwoman, to Vice Chair Weber, and all honorable members of the Government Operations Committee for the opportunity to join you today. I am so grateful to Councilor Mejia for taking the lead on this important measure and fighting for transparency and accountability for the great people of the City of Boston, and I'm simply joining this meeting today in my role as State Auditor to talk about some of the reasons why I think this is a really creative proposal that uplifts the conversation that always needs to be had surrounding ways to increase transparency, accountability, equity, and accessibility. And I know the members of this committee share my passion around these issues, and I'm really grateful for all of your work on these fronts. In our office's work on these fronts, we are seeking to ensure that everyone, regardless of our family background, our bank balance, or our zip code, has access to information regarding how our tax dollars are being spent and any information surrounding the processes and procedures that are occurring in state government. Our team performs audits that track the performance of state vendors, agencies, and departments that can streamline work, save taxpayer money, and identify misspending. And the passage of this ordinance, I believe, would go a long way to strengthening transparency, accountability, and efficiency in city government through proactive and independent oversight. We hear all the time from residents that they don't trust the government to operate in ways that it is intended to operate in. And all residents deserve a government that makes it clear that they are being listened to. We've seen similar offices established in cities across the nation, including New York, Chicago, Philadelphia, Baltimore, just to name a few. And a Boston office of the Inspector General, as outlined in this ordinance, would have an expansive scope, bringing about an additional layer of checks and balances at the local level. And I think that's a really good thing. My team in the state auditor's office consistently investigates and audits instances in which government resources or funds are being lost, stolen, or misused. We investigate instances where agencies aren't effectively serving residents or contractors aren't meeting their responsibilities. And we do this routinely and proactively. So I believe this proposal is a step in the right direction, providing that same consistent and proactive resource to the city to shine a light on some of the potential darker areas of government and help identify any potential mismanagement and waste in partnership with elected officials such as yourselves, bolstering efficiency and integrity across departments. And I believe that can strengthen the public's trust and save taxpayer money. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Auditor DiZoglio. Always good to have you here. Okay, next up, we will go to Councilor Larry DeCar, who's a former city councilor and also chair of the City of Boston Audit Committee. Mr. DeCar, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Coletta Zapata and members of the council. It's a distinct honor to appear before this body on which I served for 10 years, alas, many years ago, and I do so in my capacity as chairman of the Audit Committee of the City of Boston. I also come as some sort of an unofficial historian and will comment on the various mechanisms which have been put in place over more than 100 years to ensure that our city government runs smoothly. At the turn of the last century, there was great concern that the city was running amok. Major reforms were instituted. Remember, this is the progressive era, Theodore Roosevelt with the bully pulpit in the White House. And one of them was that the city council went from a bicameral body of 75 on what they called the Common Council and 13 on the Board of Aldermen. It was consolidated to 9 councils at large. That being thought that this would bring about more efficiency in city government, and there'd been some of the councilors that done a little time as a guest of the government, and they hoped that that would also improve that situation. Interestingly enough, at that time, again, first decade of the 20th century, there was created a Boston Finance Commission appointed by the governor. Remember, a finance commission appointed by the governor, still in place to this day, with very significant powers to review contracts. Among those who served on the Finance Commission was a relatively obscure lawyer from Roxbury named Edward W. Brooke. And he was appointed by Governor Volpe in 1961, maybe the only person on the phone who may remember that era. He did such a good job chairing the Finance Commission that he was elected Attorney General of the Commonwealth, re-elected in a landslide, and then served 12 years in the U.S. Senate. And the Finance Commission gets a small budget, which Councilor Worrell probably has had before him. They have a small staff, and they review contracts. Then in the 50s, and again, I've read about this, I don't remember it, I was in grade school then, the city had to do an extraordinary financial reorganization, and they had to go and get some special legislation from the state. Remembering this is before the Home Rule Amendment passed in 1966. As part of the agreement with the legislature, there was a reorganization to create the Department of Administrative Services. And for many years, the Director of Administrative Services was referred to as the Deputy Mayor, and all of those departments now report to him or to her. Again, this was in response to troubles at the time. Now, the IG, Mr. Shapiro, who I must admit I've never met, can certainly talk about the origins of his office more than I can, but I remember the times, and there was what was called the MBM scandal. 2 state senators went to jail. A third exited public life, perhaps a little precipitously. It was chaired by J. William Ward, who I knew, former president of Amherst College, native of Dorchester, graduate of Latin School, World War II veteran, distinguished historian, and that resulted in the creation of the Inspector General. And for those who are on the council, that role was first filled by Joseph Baresi, who used to be the executive director, as we then called him, of the Municipal Research Bureau when I sat on the city council. Great guy, South Boston native, and the job was to review contracts and conduct investigations, and Mr. Shapiro, or General Shapiro, if that's his more official title, can certainly describe that much better than I. And then let's fast forward to when I was on the city council. The city lost a major court case called the Traeger decision and was forced to pay back about $80 million over 40 years ago. So you can do the math as to how much that would be today, to property owners who were over assessed. This was before the classification amendment and before 2.5. And what was necessary for the city to come up with the money to pay those court decisions was a special act of the legislature, which I think was passed in 82, it could have been 83. It gave Boston certain new powers to tax and directed that they be the ones that were used to pay these court cases. And they created, as part of the bill, a little more than 40 years ago, an audit committee, because the city had never had an audit. And I was asked by Mayor White to serve on that committee, and I've been on it ever since, and I've been chairing it for some time. I think I've sometimes suggested it was my last favor to Mayor Kevin White, and there were a few when my 10 years on the council. The audit committee meets quarterly, and many, this year and the year before, more often than quarterly, with the outside auditors, currently KPMG. And when the first audit occurred, the gentleman's name was Hogan, big, gruff guy, had been in Buffalo, used to smoke a pipe. And he was amazed that there were basically no records at City Hall. There were piles of paper that they had to review. Now, our city audit receives awards basically every year as one of the top city audits in the country. And as all the councilors know, we have a AAA bond rating, something we couldn't have even prayed about back in the 70s when I was there, which helps the city because it means borrowing costs less. And it's in much better shape. Boston is in much better shape than other large cities. And the audit committee, pursuant to that special act, files an annual report, usually in February, sometimes March, with the council. Sure, some of your staff members have perused it vigorously, to tell the members of the council what we've done. We make recommendations, So with all due respect to the matter before the council, because of all these different layers, I think it's unnecessary to create a new position because we have a lot of these mechanisms in place which are working, in my opinion, relatively well, or else we wouldn't have that AAA bond rating. Our audit wouldn't get an award almost every year from the Government Finance Officers Association. But notwithstanding that statement, I respect our democracy, and I respect any member or any members of this body who propose an idea they believe is in the best interest of the city, and that's why we're having a public hearing to hear from all in this matter.
Thank you, Mr. DeCara, as always, for your wisdom and your knowledge and the context that is so necessary for this conversation. I want to just acknowledge the fact that we've been joined by Councilor at Large Erin Murphy. Excuse me, I'm so sorry. It was Councilor of District 7, Tanya Fernandez Anderson, and then Councilor at Large Erin Murphy. With respect to my colleagues, my understanding is that the IG from the city of Philadelphia has a hard stop. And so we'll go to Mr. DeSantis first for his testimony, and then I'll go to my colleagues for any opening statements if they have any. Mr. DeSantis, you now have the floor.
Well, thank you very much. I'm happy to stay on till 3, but I really appreciate the opportunity to be here. I commend you all as a city for introducing this legislation and taking the time to evaluate it. I will tell you a little bit about my role here. I'm the IG for the city of Philadelphia, so we are not created via ordinance or city charter. We exist, our enabling authority is via executive order, but we conduct investigations and inspections of all city departments under the mayor's authority, and entities or individuals who are contracting with those departments or otherwise receiving a benefit from the city or have a financial relationship with the city. Our investigations span the substantive area of our investigations is very diverse. We do investigations that are in an administrative space, theft of time, timekeeping issues. We have a residency requirement here, which also we field complaints and conduct investigations about. We have a very robust catalog of contract investigations that are oriented toward allegations of overbilling or false billing and other what may be violation of a city contract. Those investigations sometimes yield actionable evidence that would lead to debarment, litigation in some contexts, contract termination or suspension. And we have a history in that area, as well as in the area of, in our city, we have a very robust minority business catalog, and we want to make sure that the representations that we have received from city contractors in the area of their commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion, if there is a misrepresentation there, we have conducted investigations and held companies accountable in an administrative setting like debarment and suspension as well. And then we do criminal investigations as well. So we have primarily partnered with federal law enforcement, but we frequently partner with law enforcement at either the state or local level when the case requires it. Our investigators work together with law enforcement and have a lot of that work has resulted in prosecutions of employees who have abused the public trust, embezzled, misappropriated, and our investigations have yielded restitution and other accountability and transparency measures. I'd also like to say one quick thing, not to take up much time, but one of the interesting areas that we've gotten into over the years is really about just transparency. And so from time to time, there are issues that have come up in the paper here that are raising questions about a department or a practice or a decision that may or may not have been made. And over the years, we have been tasked with trying to not necessarily investigate an allegation for the purpose of arresting someone or charging someone or taking disciplinary action, but just to give the public a much more clean explanation of what happened or what didn't happen, along with recommendations for process improvements and other corrective action that may be necessary. And that has been something that we have had a lot of success with. And really what we are concerned about here is improving the public's trust in our government. And we look at that as our primary mission. So all the work that we do is about making the rest of the government much more accountable and much more trustworthy to the public. I'd be happy I'll stick around for any questions as it may relate to our day-to-day operation. But again, thank you very much, and I'm happy to be here.
Thank you so much, DeSantis. I'm sure we have a lot of questions. I certainly do, but I will hold and reserve my questions for you and be very cognizant of the 3 p.m. Cutoff time. I'll go to my District 7 colleague, Councilor Fernandez Anderson, for any opening remarks she may have.
Madam Chair, I appreciate you holding this hearing, and to the lead sponsor, Councilor Mejia, co-sponsor, Councilor Worrell, thank you so much for allowing me to join you on this hearing and hoping for a robust conversation. Questions ready and on deck whenever is my turn. Appreciate all of you for being here. I don't want to belabor this time, but just ready for the questions and the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor at Large, Erin Murphy.
Thank you. I'll waive any opening statements, but thank you for all the panelists who are here and looking forward to the conversation. And I also have my questions ready when it's time, so thank you.
Fantastic. We have the Louis A. Alisa II, President of Garrison Trotter Neighborhood Association. We're very grateful that you're here, Mr. Alisa. The floor is yours for any testimony.
Good morning. Oh, good afternoon, sorry. And thank you, Chairwoman Coletta Zapata, for convening, and thank Councilor Julian Hare for bringing this very important subject forward. Unfortunately, I spent 50 years in government, city, state, and local government, city, state, and federal. And a good part of the city government service, when I wasn't on the street, I was working for Councilor Charles Yancey, who I think served for about 32 years in the city council, but about 20 of those years working with post audit. And so I became acutely aware of the importance of audit in the post audit process and what happens. But I'm here representing the neighborhood association about the importance of this issue that's come before us. The legislators have been filed for this ordinance is perception. I don't have the history or the place about Boston because I'm a New York City resident who's been transplanted here in Boston for the last 54 years. But the history that I've studied of Boston has been one of challenge as it relates to perception and transparency and how the city works and doesn't work. And so the concerns of my neighbors and friends and those that I've served and worked for and with has always been what works well and what works on behalf of the public who we are in place to serve, whether appointed or elected. There's an opportunity here to show the city that we are making good use of their resources and not taking advantage of their lack of knowledge or access to improve any individual's position and leave everyone else on the outside. I thought it was very interesting when Larry was, Councilor DeCarlo. I'm not one of his classmates like Jack Julie, but he was giving, the history. I thought it was interesting because Boston has gone through a very challenging period. But I thought back to the situation that we're engaged in now with Shattuck Hospital and White Stadium. And that was a period of time when our great mayors sort of ran amok as it came to the utilization of public funds and resources and gave away a large part of Franklin Park because I believe that he may have received some benefits from making this land available at cost, at low cost, and that the outcomes have historically continued to follow us. And I think that we're asking now about what the outcomes would be under these circumstances. And I guess if they had a strong IG to challenge, whether or not you can make these deals from jail, we might be in a better situation than negotiating how we're moving forward now. But this perception is that having an inspector general has been very effectively demonstrated for me, one, as a employee of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts for more than 28 years, serving in the Executive Office of Environmental Affairs, and then as the Executive Secretary of the Seaport Advisory Council in the 1,500 miles of coastline. It became more clear and stark reality for me, the importance of the Inspector General when serving as the appointee with Bill Clinton as the U.S. representative to NATO for 4 years as head of FEMA. And the reason why it was important to look at the role of the IG and what role they played in the process of utilizing public funds is that using large sums of money, which we often do for projects and activities that must take place, there has to be some accountability, and accountability has to be clear that they're looking at the public interest. And so while we all know that we come to these offices, we get elected and appointed so that we'll represent and serve the needs of the public, sometimes we miss the mark and sometimes we go astray. And the role of an independent person, independent counsel who could look at this process and point out where we may be going astray or where we may have made a mistake is important, because perception is reality. And for a lot of the public, the perception that we're not utilizing the resources properly or effectively, or that we are misusing the resources, is one that takes away from the trust of the public trust of those in appointed and elected positions. And we can't afford to have that happen in our society, because we know that the trust and the perception that people are working in our best interest is necessary for us to be committed to continue to pay our taxes, continue to support activities and programs that are going on. I believe that having a person in the position, the IG, is important for the city of Boston, because a $40 billion corporation is having many challenges that has come up over the many years. As Boston, the perception that certain things that now have to be done or certain things could be done in a better way makes sense. Alexander DeSantis takes about Philadelphia, having worked with him around everybody from Wilson Good all the way through Milton Street and the rest of them. You know how much money is being utilized and spent for contracts and for services and things of that nature. And we know that they can serve the multitude of people, but with someone there to oversee the process, then we don't have to ask the question what was done and how it was done, but we have someone to say what you're doing needs to be looked at in a different way, giving all the citizens of your community, all the citizens of your city, the same opportunity. You want the public to have that trust. You want transparency to take place. You want there to be continuity in how programs are put together and how they serve the public. An IG, an independent IG, and I raise that word independent because part of what the legislation that's being proposed says the mayor gets to appoint the IG. In Philadelphia, it's an executive order. Here, the mayor gets to appoint the IG, and that may have some concern for me, the terms that they serve as the coterminous with that of the mayor. I mean, that's something you will work out in terms of looking at your legislation and how deep it works. But I think that a person that's independent, I know that working with the federal government, working for FEMA, our IG, is in place. They're in place respective of the term of the president, that when you're appointed for 6 years or, a number of years that you're in place, if you change administrations, you don't get to change the IG, because the issue has to be clear that the IG, she or he is working on behalf of the public and working on behalf to make sure that the sincerity and honesty of the process is being maintained regardless who is the chief administrative officer. So I'm speaking on behalf of the legislation. One, I think it makes sense. Two, I think it's more than needed. I think the history of Boston, with all its challenges, I will not go through the litany of things that are of concern. I just always look with great interest as a city planner, as a designer, as someone who's come and been in a lot of cities, and I wake up some morning startled about what has happened and what has not happened in terms of projects that have gone forward, and no one ever questioning how and when this took place and where it took place. And so if there's a contract that has been let and we as the public don't hear about it until it's in process, also a concern that's been raised by the community. If there's a contract that's been let for a certain amount, and at the end, if it's like 500% more than what it was let for in the beginning, that's a concern to the public. And working with FEMA, that was the greatest challenge of the Inspector General on the FEMA, that regardless of what the project was, if there's concern that we overstepped or we didn't go far enough, or that it was not efficient for the needs of the public, the IG was there to give us direction and to hear what we had to say. Some of it dealt with just finance, some of it dealt with personnel, and some of it dealt with programs. I'm hopeful that the councils will look favorably upon an independent person, that they're there, they have the authority to do what is necessary to give the confidence to the public, the people that you serve, that you're looking after their best interests, and that the person who's in that position will be independent, clear, and fair in how they conduct their job on behalf of the citizens of Vermont, on behalf of the elected officials, not on behalf of the mayor, but on behalf of the citizens of Boston, because we need that confidence in going forward and feeling good about the tremendous amount of tax we have to pay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Elisa, excuse me. Is that how you say it, Elisa?
Correct.
Okay, Mr. Elisa, thank you very much. We now will go to the Inspector General of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, Mr. Jeffrey Shapiro. Mr. Shapiro, you have the floor.
Thank you and good afternoon. Can you hear me okay? Terrific.
Yes, sir.
Chair Coletta Zapata, Vice Chair Weber, members of the Committee on Government Operations, good day. And thank you for the invitation to testify before your committee today regarding a proposed ordinance to create an office of the Inspector General within the City of Boston. I would also like to thank Councilor Mejia and co-sponsors Worrell and Fernandez Anderson for bringing this issue forward, and thank you to the other distinguished panelists. My name is Jeffrey Shapiro, and I am honored to serve as the 5th Inspector General for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. I am a year and a half into a 5-year term. I may stand for reappointment for one additional term, as the position has a 10-year statutory maximum tenure. The Inspector General is appointed by the Governor, the Attorney General, and the State Auditor. Since my appointment, I have led an independent agency and may only be removed for cause, which requires a public letter and filing. As a professional, I have over 33 years of public sector experience. I have served in various legal, administrative, and fiscal roles, including in the Middlesex District Attorney's Office, the Massachusetts Attorney General's Office, and in the State Comptroller's Office, most recently serving as First Deputy Comptroller for under 3 comptrollers. I have also served as a legislative assistant role on Capitol Hill and on Beacon Hill. Created in 1981, the Massachusetts Office of the Inspector General, as former Councilor DeCara shared a little bit, is the first statewide Inspector General's office in the country. It was created in response to a series of corruption scandals related to public construction, most notably the initial development of the UMass Boston Harvard campus, in which public officials were indicted and convicted. In those days, allegations of corruption were addressed by creating a so-called Blue Ribbon Commission, which was established for the investigation of a single matter and then disbanded. The Ward Commission, in its wisdom, recommended to the state legislature in the 70s that a statewide office of the Inspector General be established with authority across state and municipal government to always be looking to mitigate and eliminate fraud, waste, and abuse. The Mass OIG is an independent oversight agency that promotes good government by preventing and detecting fraud, waste, and abuse of public funds and public property. Simply put, we are the public's watchdog over all public funds and assets used in the Commonwealth at the state and municipal level. In addition to its investigatory and compliance work, for which we are most well known, the office operates an extensive educational and training program through its OIG Academy. We estimate that the OIG has oversight of $120 billion in municipal and state spending and oversees the work of over 300,000 public employees, plus the work of contractors, suppliers, vendors, and not-for-profit recipients of public dollars. Currently, the office has a budget of approximately $10 million and a staff of about 90 employees. Our enabling statute, Mass General Law, Chapter 12A, gives us broad authority over state and municipal spending, which we would not cede should a City of Boston OIG be created. Some examples of past work that the Mass OIG has done in or on behalf of the City of Boston include a review of the current Boston Public School bus transportation contract, an investigation into post-retirement earnings violations by a former Boston Public Schools headmaster, testifying at the restitution hearing of a former CEO who had been convicted of embezzling funds from a Boston homeless shelter, and a review and report on practices at the former Boston Redevelopment Authority, including the very bad deal for the people of Boston with regard to the Boston Red Sox Jersey Street event day easement transaction, to name just a few. The OIG is also often written into legislation to review real estate transactions within the city and has a role in approving the city's use of the construction management at risk method should the city seek to use that process. The Massachusetts OIG is a unique model. While there are 11 other statewide inspectors general's offices in the country, and many other states have agency-specific IGs, which is the federal model, or county or jurisdictional IG's offices, Massachusetts is unique in that its IG has jurisdictional authority for all state agencies and all municipal jurisdictions. Conversely, the state IG's offices in New York, Illinois, Virginia, Pennsylvania, Louisiana, and Georgia are generally limited to state-level oversight. And in California and Texas, there are agency-specific IG's offices rather than a statewide IG. Baltimore City has a very effective city IG. Other cities like Atlanta, Dallas, and Miami-Dade have newer city IG's offices, each of which has had challenges getting established. Based upon the unique statute and circumstances that created the Mass OIG and my statutory responsibilities, I have looked very closely at this proposed ordinance. As strong and results-oriented as our team is, I believe there is space for a Boston OIG. As you may know, this is a change in position from my predecessor's position when this proposal was last considered in 2019. There are, however, at least two big caveats to that belief. One, that the authority and mandate of the Mass OIG would remain unchanged should this proposal be adopted. And two, the details are critical to avoid duplication and overlapping agencies, which would be a waste of public dollars. I am concerned about duplication and waste with what already exists in the city infrastructure and the actual details should an OIG for Boston be created. Before establishing a new entity, the committee should consider if there are existing agencies in the city that perform a similar function and if they could fill this role. For example, the Boston Finance Committee in 1909, as former Councilor DeCara shared, the Massachusetts legislature created the Boston Finance Commission. Per its website, the Boston Finance Commission, also known as FinCom, is an independent watchdog agency created to monitor any and all business of the City of Boston. The purpose of the FinCom is to ensure that taxpayers, residents, business owners, and employees of the City of Boston have an advocate for honest and transparent governmental operations in the city. FinCom, in my opinion, is ably led by Mr. Matt Cahill, has a 5-member board, all Boston residents who were appointed by the governor for 5-year terms, and had an FY 2023 budget of a little over $320,000 and a staff of 3. My concern is not that Mr. Cahill's leadership, the work of the agency or its commission members. In fact, quite the contrary, as I believe that Mr. Cahill and his team do an impressive job with very limited resources that are provided to them. My concern is that this agency is charged with many of the same responsibilities that are envisioned by the new citywide OIG, but in my view, does not have the funds, tools, or public exposure necessary to do so. Therefore, I believe creating a citywide OIG will be duplicative of the Boston Finance Commission. With adequate funding and strengthening of its statute, the Boston Finance Commission might be able to fulfill the role contemplated in this proposal. In many ways, they are already doing parts of what the proposal identifies, and it would be less confusing for the public than having similar entities fulfilling similar roles, and would be a better allocation of resources. Let me further explain. The Boston Office of Police Accountability and Transparency. The problem with creating a city agency without clear guidelines and overlapping with other agencies is illustrated by the Office of Police Accountability and Transparency, OPAT, established by ordinance in 2020. As you know, OPAT's mission is focused on accountability and transparency in the Boston Police Department. Its role, the role of the Boston Police Department to handle complaints directly, and the interplay with OPAD and the Commonwealth's Peace Officers Standards and Training Post Commission are perceived as being confusing at best by many. OPAD, with a staff of about 8 and a budget of $1.4 million, shows on its website dashboard tool 148 complaints, yet no discipline has been issued to this point. My point in raising this is absolutely not to criticize the OPAD, the work of the staff, or the members of its 3 boards, or the newly appointed executive director, Mr. Evando Cavallaro, but rather to illuminate the cautionary tale of creating by ordinance an agency with overlapping jurisdiction with other city and state agencies. In my role as State Inspector General, I do have concerns about the possibility of wasting resources should a city OIG be created without clarifying the roles of it and FinCom and ensuring that the city and state offices are complementary and not established to be in conflict. A Boston citywide OIG, I believe details matter. Furthermore, I have particular concerns about the proposed ordinances process for the appointment, removal, and independence of the Inspector General. And I believe Mr. Elias mentioned some of these points in his testimony. The removal and independence of the Inspector General and the budget for the OIG are among my concerns. Specifically, the proposal establishes that the mayor is the single appointer, the term is coterminous with that of the mayor, and the mayor may solely remove the Inspector General from office. While I have certainly great respect for my colleague in Philadelphia, an executive order is a different method of how one would be created and appears to be subject to the determination of the chief executive. These factors, in my opinion, all undermine the independence of the proposed city inspector general and thus undermines its ability to achieve the stated objectives in creating an OIG. I note that the ordinance includes references to the Association of Inspectors General and its professional standards in section 2.16.12. Thus, the counselors that drafted this ordinance understand the significant role that the AIG plays in this space. I suggest that the sponsors of the ordinance contact the AIG leadership to better understand AIG's model OIG legislation, of which I have provided a copy to the committee. While I am a member of the Association of Inspectors General and I hold their Inspector General certification, I am not here today representing them. I do believe that the AIG and its Governmental Relations Committee is a critical resource to ensure that a proposed ordinance aligns with the standards to warrant such office being called an Inspector General's office and its leader an Inspector Generally. Additionally, I point you to the City of Baltimore's Inspector General as a good example of strong enabling language that embodies the principles I mentioned. Baltimore has a population of approximately 586,000. The Baltimore IG is funded at $2.3 million and has a staff of 18. She is charged with investigating fraud, financial waste, and abuse in city government and promoting efficiency, accountability, and integrity in city government. She serves a 6-year term and is appointed by an advisory board of 11 members. I've also provided a copy of the City of Baltimore Charter to the committee. An Inspector General's office should be independent with the ability to follow the facts wherever they lead. Enabling language must lay out qualifications for the Inspector General and staff. The OIG must have the authority to compel document production, and agency heads must be required to cooperate with the office. Investigations must be kept confidential until completion. The language should also provide whistleblower protections for those who have information that could be pertinent to the OIG's work. And supporting the idea of independence, the Inspector General must have a term that is not coterminous with its appointing authority and may only be removed for cause. These are key principles of a true Inspector General's office. Unfortunately, many jurisdictions seek to create an Inspector General's office in name only without the proper funding, independence, and lacking the tools I just mentioned. An Inspector General's office must be rooted in transparency and fair dealing. It provides oversight of the government on behalf of the people. Ultimately, having a strong Inspector General's office helps to instill confidence in government as a whole. Should a city OIG be created, it ought not duplicate the extensive proactive training and educational programs offered by the statewide OIG through its OIG Academy. Though I do think that the city would be positioned well to require those it oversees, should there be a city IG, to attend the Mass OIG Academy courses and earn and maintain the certifications offered by the Mass OIG, it would likely be duplicative and wasteful to create an overlapping educational and training infrastructure. In conclusion, I do not testify before you today in opposition to the potential creation of a city-wide Inspector General, but to me, details matter. I do not think this proposal meets the moment. I have concerns that the proposed ordinance does not create an IG or an OIG that meets the requirements of the AIG. I believe that creating an OIG in name only sends the absolute wrong message. I am concerned that the creation of a city OIG with the existing FinCom could be perceived as wasteful, and time should be spent considering ways to strengthen and better resource the FinCom first. I am wary of creating the OIG first and worrying about the details later, which is a concern that I have in the example that I shared with OPAD, Boston Police, and Post with regard to confusion with overlapping jurisdiction over police-related complaints. With the proper statutory framework and the appropriate level of resources, a city OIG can have a positive impact on the way government works, but the city should first take a holistic view of the agencies that already exist in order to determine if there might be a way to enhance their missions to fulfill this role. Chair Coletta Zapata, with your permission and consistent with the committee's practices at the appropriate time, I am happy to remain and answer any questions that you or members of your committee may have. And again, I thank you for the kindness to invite me to testify today. Thank you.
Thank you, IG Shapiro, for those incredibly comprehensive and compelling comments. It's clear you are a professional, and we appreciate your perspective and really grateful that you're part of the conversation. And thank you to Councilor Mejia for ensuring that you were here, part of this this hearing today. I'm sure everybody has questions. Moving forward, we'll go to Fatima Ali Salam and then move to my colleagues for any questions they may have.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Coletta Zapata, Councilor Julia Mejia, and other councilors. My name is Fatima Ali Salam. I am the current chair of the Greater Mattapan Neighborhood Council. The reason that I was agreed and wanted to speak today is that I remember originally back in September of 2019 when then Councilor Andrea Campbell presented and proposed the Inspector General chair. At the time, it was during when the city was being rocked by some pretty big scandals internally from people who were in positions of great power. Over the everyday lives of residents of the city of Boston, including those who run businesses. One of the reasons the Greater Mattapan Neighborhood Council was formed was that my community, Greater Mattapan, was not often considered, and we did not see equitable representation in public services, and specifically that as they are distributed annually. And that was one of the first reasons that we established our council. It is exclusive only to those who reside within Greater Mattapan and do not hold any elected offices. We are considered a very transparent neighborhood council, and that we hold elections and that are transparent. We have open bylaws, and that we continue to have regular monthly meetings that are publicly held and publicly viewed. One of the things that, and with all of the listening today to all of the comments and concerns from various people who know and have been around in city government and in private practice far longer than I have, for sure. But as a resident in the city, the one thing that, as someone who represents my community of about 28,000 locally within Greater Mattapan, is that we continue to see that there are practices within different departments that we don't believe that the regular city staff have, and quite frankly, even at the state level, have the ability to focus exclusively on and to hone in on, not because of lack of professionalism, not because of their ability or talent, not because of their character, but just sheerly because of the type of work that it takes in order to do rigorous examination of different processes. For example, back in 2019, I believe, the then Mayor Walsh had gone, and the city of Boston had won an award for which created what was called the Office of Resiliency. And one of the purposes that the office was supposed to do was supposed to go and look at each of the different departments across the city administration and to make recommendations for change, to improve the daily functions, to improve for transparency, to improve for equity. Up until now, we have, as a person who has repeatedly asked for what progress has been made in different departments, but specifically certain ones that have a great cause and concern for residents. For example, is the ISD. The way in which the daily functions of the internal inspections department, the way it functions is that it's very old-fashioned. It is not technology-wise. It's not even up to date. It's probably for a city of our size, we don't even match the technology of nearby town of City of Newton has more better up-to-date technology. Considering the number of universities and colleges we have in the city, you would think that one of them could go and help us out, considering their nonprofit status. But never mind that. But what is being persistent in my community over and over again is that we don't see and believe that there is a clear transparency across all decisions. Another example is that in the day of a zoning board of appeals hearing, there can be a hearing where an application has been denied. There have been cases of recent to which I was made aware of, one or two, in which they were denied morning at the zoning board of appeals, but someone had gone to 1010 Mass Ave counter and actually had gotten and received a permit for construction. The reason being that there was no mechanism to go and halt any changes to permitting until the results of that hearing could be entered into the database, because the person at the front desk, he or she can only go by what is inside of the computer system. There is no time to update. There is no live updating of that system. And that is why it is the systems that run the city. And my daily job, to which I took a day off in order to be here, I'm a software engineer. I make enterprise level software for a very large hospital, which shall remain nameless. But my experience is over 25 years of making systems, is that it is imperative to have checks and balances in order to have anyone, whether you're an employee or a resident or a student, to have confidence in your city, to have confidence in the government, that you can see visibly checks and balances. Because otherwise they fall prey to, lack of just not caring, apathy, and anyone not believing that somebody will actually be held accountable for what they do or don't do. As someone whose father was a city employee for over 30 years, he held a very high standard. He made it a point to never allow any of his children to be hired by the city of Boston because he did not want to show any form of nepotism that could be possibly construed. But that's my family's, the way it was done. But at the same time, I do recognize that, there are so many people who go into public service, as the city councilors do, that they give of their whole selves and their time and their energy and their hearts in order to go and create rules and, accountability for different things for a day-to-day. But I do plead with you that on some level, regardless if it is, FinCom getting the money that it deserves and needs in order to function, regardless if it is looking again at the Office of Resiliency, if it still is operational and can be made better, but not duplicative. If there is some way in which this hearing after today, that there is an accountability, that you report back to the public what you are doing. We don't consider it to be wasted money to actually come back and expect results. That's always a good thing. Measure twice, you'll only have to cut once, or at least you want to throw out that piece of wood. So thank you very much for allowing me to speak, and I appreciate listening to others. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ali-Salam. Now we will go to questions, and I understand that, again, it's past 3 o'clock, so thank you for being so generous with your time, IG DeSantis. We'll go to the lead sponsor, Councilor Julie Mejia, then we'll go to the co-sponsors, Brian Morrell, Tanya Fernandez-Anderson, if they are on the call, and then Councilor Ed Flynn, Councilor Burden, and then Councilor Murphy, and then myself. The floor is now yours, Councilor Mejia, for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Councilor Coletta Zapata. And I just want to thank everyone who has already testified. I think in the spirit of complete transparency, this is what democracy looks like. This is what it looks like when we are trying to reevaluate how we're functioning and work collectively across all of our lived experience and our professional experience to figure out how we can fix a system, right? And I think every person that spoke has provided a little bit of insight to how we can make this better for everyone here. And so I just really want to start off with some sincere gratitude. Because it takes a lot of courage to say, hey, this is not working and we got to fix it. And then to, put ourselves out there. And so I just want to say thank you to you all for helping us get to a place where we can unpack some of the things that we're trying to do here. I always talk about who oversees the overseer. And I think that there's an opportunity for us here in the city to recognize that I believe in the state of Massachusetts, Boston is the largest municipality. And we have we have a big budget. We have a lot to oversee. And so I think that this is for us, it's making a case in terms of being a complement to, not a replacement of. So IG Shapiro, I just really want you to know that this is the work that we're trying to do here is to help support the work that you're doing on a statewide level, but localize it with a very specific lens to the Boston experience. And why I say that is because it is hard to, from a checks and balances, to really juggle it all when there's very specific things that the city of Boston is dealing with, that the only time that we would get you involved is if we had to actively pursue it. There's not like an opportunity for proactive, like let's get ahead of something. It always comes in as a result of a request for an investigation. And so I'm curious, as you continue to talk about, because it sounded like you were in favor, and then it sounded like you were not, and then I was like, oh my God, I got really excited, and then I was like, I don't know what's happening here. But if you could help us understand when you talk about and also IG DeSantis from Philadelphia talked a lot about the accountability and transparency piece. It sounded like a lot of what you were talking about, IG Shapiro, was around investigations around finances and things of that nature. And I think all of those things are important. I think that was part of your testimony and efficiencies. But I'm just curious, from a place of when we're looking at the political climate and we're looking at how people have lost faith in government, you know, and especially around the transparency and accountability piece, what are some of the recommendations you may have to help us think through how we can strengthen that part of the work?
Sure. Thank you for the question, and thank you for the comments. Just to be very clear, different from in 2019 when there was testimony from the office that I now am fortunate to lead. I support the concept, but I want to be mindful that I don't think that naming an office of the Inspector General, and naming somebody Inspector General ultimately makes that an office of the Inspector General, nor that person an Inspector General. And, you know, the list is long of jurisdictions that have done that. And so in my testimony, I tried to give some cautionary tales, because I don't think that's what you want to do. And I do think that's wasteful. And I do think that would be an unfortunate outcome. On the other side, to the point that you raised, Counselor, I do believe that while I have unique authority to be across all the Commonwealth and across all 351 cities and towns, and I do think that the matters that we've worked on in the city are significant. I gave a short list. I obviously can't list what we may be doing now because our statute requires me to have that to be confidential. But, you know, suffice to say, you know, my mind is always thinking about what we can do. You know, the city of Boston, as you said, is a pretty significant portion of the real estate that I have responsibility for. So I am mindful and I am ever thoughtful about that piece. So because you haven't heard about it and because I haven't said it, doesn't mean that, you know, we're not doing something. So I just sort of leave it there. What I do think specifically to your question is important is that you want to identify what it is that you want this office and this individual to be responsible for, because there's a lot of buzzwords that are out there. And I do believe that much of what we do what I often say when I give public speeches is one of my core responsibilities is to those that have faith in government, it's my responsibility to help ensure that they have the belief that that is well-placed trust. And for those that have lost trust in government, I am but, you know, one tool in the way that we can start to restore their trust. So I do think through the work that we do that we are doing that. On the other side, there are pieces about transparency. There are pieces which in the comptroller's office, when I worked there, Comptroller Shack created the see-through tool, which is probably the most advanced payroll system in probably the country, I would imagine. And what it does is it displays payroll information that comes the Monday after payroll issues, if memory serves me. So it's updated every 2 weeks. There are many states that they put their payroll up on January 1st for the past year, and it kind of tells you nothing. So I think it's important as the committee, and I'll wrap up, I think it's important for you to understand what the priorities are. Is it rooting out fraud, waste, and abuse? Is it transparency? Is it ensuring that contracts are fair, that there's a fair opportunity for diversity, equity, and inclusion from your vendors? There's a whole bunch of things, and it might be all of them, but make sure that you identify them and you provide the resources so that an office can do all those things instead of getting stuck. I do feel like we still provide services, but I do believe that it would be naive of me to suggest that we would be the only show in town. On the other side, we are unique, and I do think that we do it's for others to say, but I do think the team here works really hard and produces results.
Absolutely. And I am in full agreement. Again, this is a complement to, not in competition of, existing. And this is why we're having a hearing, so that we can really unpack all of these things and figure out what is the best path forward to restore trust in government. Now, I have two more questions because I know my colleagues have to go and I have two hard stops. But for State Auditor DeZiglio, we understand that you might need to be invited to city departments to collaborate and do an audit. Can you explain how this process, can expand on it and explain how needing an invitation might limit your office's ability to work within our city here?
For sure. So essentially, Councilor Mejia, it would just need to be the city elected officials supporting that in a vote, sign off by the mayor requesting that I investigate certain aspects of certain areas of your local government. As IG Shapiro was talking about, he does have the authority to, under his statute, go into cities and towns without express permission being granted. That's part of his governing statute. Our governing statute in the Office of State Auditor actually prohibits us from taking action to audit or investigate local municipalities without their express permission. And I can tell you that I do get requests constantly from folks across the Commonwealth who ask me to engage in an audit of their particular city and town. Boston is not an exception, but it is certainly not the only community that we've gotten these requests about. And when I think about, Councilor Mejia, the work that you are doing to create this office, I do have to say that I, contrary to some of the other comments that were made by my colleagues, who I very much respect, hello everybody, I do believe that this proposal meets this moment. I believe that it meets this time. I believe that this is the time for bold and meaningful change and action to restore faith and trust in government. Some of you might know I am working to audit our state legislature right now. Not everybody is thrilled about that. But guess what? A lot more people are than aren't thrilled about that. And I will tell you that when I am in everyday working class communities talking to folks who have felt disenfranchised, isolated from the process, like their voices don't matter, they're excited about the opportunity to finally have some access potentially to what is going on behind the closed doors of our state government of Beacon Hill, in the people's house, not the politician's house, right? And I view this very much as being something akin to that effort, in the way that it is trying to make sure that those who have been disenfranchised from a system in state government that they just want access to information about, that this is a proposal that seeks to do just that. And, you know, I'm not going to get into the details of the proposal because I haven't had an opportunity to delve into the details of the proposal, but I do trust that this committee has the, wherewithal and the capacity and intelligence to work through the proposal to make sure that there is independence implemented into it if need be. Because this is a committee, I know that you're going to have the opportunity to work on the language of this. I think it's great that the IG DeSantis is on this call right now as well, and coming up next. I loved the comments from IG DeSantis. I think that, you know, he, alongside of others like him, where this is working, can be a great resource to look at how they have drafted their language and use that as a resource. So certainly there is opportunity to look at the proposal, amend the proposal as need be, and that is what this committee hearing is all about. But this issue, this proposal, this idea this creative solution. I think it absolutely meets the moment. And I think that to prevent duplicative services, what we need to ensure is just some communication exists. I can say that as much as our office and the IG's office work hand in hand to serve residents across the Commonwealth, there is absolutely the potential for duplication of services. Quite often, actually, I will go to audit a state entity only to hear that the IG is potentially already in that agency doing some work. And I think that that can be duplicative if it is not remedied by communication between the two parties. We're grateful to, again, have a partner in the IG and in his office to be able to have those communications. But I think that, certainly the way to prevent duplication of efforts to make sure that, if IG Shapiro is trying to go in and look at something and analyze something, that any local IG that is created on the municipal level, that, just some oversight from this council be provided, and from city officials who understand that communication is going to be key to preventing duplication of efforts, which is totally possible, certainly doable. I think very easy to incorporate into this proposal. And I think it's an absolutely great idea. I think that absolutely it meets the moment. It will increase the public's trust and reinstill the public's trust in some cases, hopefully completely. So compliments to those who have worked on this proposal. I know you're going to keep working hard on this, and I hope that it passes at the end of the day. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm gonna have a question specifically for IG DeSantis before he moves away from us. But I wanted to just underscore something really important here, is that as we know, all politics are local. Is that the saying, right? And I feel like, for me, to be completely transparent and honest, because I don't know how to be any other way, even prior to becoming a politician, I didn't even know who was who, right? So when I think about this office, and when I think about really creating pathways where people feel like they have a direct contact, an office, a person dedicated to ensuring that we're going to have someone who can answer our questions, that can help provide us some insight, investigation. That is how we restore trust. And to IG Shapiro, love the fact that you exist in this world. I would love to figure out how we can take the work that you're doing and localize it in Boston, because then it becomes more familiar to the 700,000 constituents that we are interfacing with every day. And I really want you to see this as a compliment, not as a competition. And I want to ask this question now to IG from Philly DeSantis. Can you share how your office interfaces with the State General Inspector's office, if at all? And how do you guys complement and collaborate? And what is your relationship with the mayor of Philadelphia in terms of interacting and working around these issues?
Sure. Thank you. Thanks again. So first, on the issue of duplication of duties, right? That's obviously something that, and I really appreciate the state auditor's comments in this area, right? Because for any investigative agency or auditing agency, you're going to have overlap with a number of other agencies, depending on the issue, the conduct at issue, or the nature of the investigation. And what we found in practice is, yes, we want some language that sort of makes our lanes clear, but a lot of that has to be worked out on the fly through communication and partnerships that we have worked out with our partners at the state, our partners locally, and at the federal level as well. But I also like to point out, when this issue of overlap comes up, it's not necessarily always a bad thing, right? Particularly in the area of investigations, because it's common in any area of law enforcement, right? One single incident might give jurisdictional ground to the FBI, the ATF, your local authorities, state authorities. There might be administrative cause or regulatory issues that need to be done. So you're going to see parallel investigations in a lot of different areas regardless. And sometimes as a matter of, making sure that all allegations can be addressed, you want some coverage, some overlap in an investigative context. With regard to the state here in Pennsylvania, as IG Shapiro mentioned, the state of Pennsylvania's office is a little bit different than what I'm understanding the Massachusetts office. They do not have that same jurisdictional authority over municipalities. So they are very focused on state programs, state employees, state agencies, and the like. We do cooperate with them frequently in cases that cover both agents, we have a mutual interest in, right? For example, there are a lot of cases that involve both state, local, and even federal funds at some level. And so we all have a shared interest in an investigation or an audit there. But locally, most of our overlap is with respect to audits. And for that reason, we here at the Office of Inspector General for the city, we do not conduct audits. In most IG offices throughout the country, and as the AIG describes it, you're really seeing three functions: auditing, inspections, which is more of a process-oriented investigation, right? Some of the things that Ms. Ali Salam was discussing, right? Investigating a city's process of achieving some outcome for its citizenry. And then there's the investigative work, which is focused on assessing the truth of an allegation or an incident of some kind, right? So all of that work sort of feeds itself differently, but it's related. But here in Philadelphia, because we have an agency, we have a local controller here who's locally elected and has primary audit responsibility, we work with them on an ad hoc basis when necessary, but we don't do audits for that reason. But we share information back and forth on the investigative side. So maybe there are some, limiting scope issues that you all can work through to that effect, right? Because I hear there's a robust auditing agency there locally, but I wonder to what extent is that agency fielding complaints about people, about incidents, about potential criminal activity, and how many resources do they have to follow up on those things in an investigative way, which is very different than your sort of audit work that's going to be looking much more broadly at a program or a department. And so that's been a good level of separation for us, and has helped us work a little bit more collaboratively with less overlap in that area. Did I answer your question?
Yes, you did that and more. And I also want to be mindful that I have other colleagues and people have more stops. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilman, and thank you, everybody. And IG DeSantis, while we have you, immediately upon hearing that your regulatory authority comes from an executive order, I was thinking whether or not you can investigate the mayor. Do you have that authority?
So, the answer to that, I think, theoretically is yes, right? And and not to get into specifics, but right, people complain about all kinds of stuff, right? And so we have been in situations to get complaints about the mayor or the mayor's office and so on and so forth. And the answer to that is yes. I would consider us to have authority to do that. The question is, what can you do with that information, right? Most of the IGs are organized around a very broad ability to investigate, right? There's a lot of substantive things that we can investigate. Waste, fraud, and abuse is a lot. So there's going to be a whole gamut of different allegations there, combined with some level of personal jurisdiction, if you will, right, over the program or the person at issue. Are they related to the city of Philadelphia? But we also don't have the ability to take an action. So we can't fire anyone unilaterally. We can't fine anyone unilaterally. We can't do anything. So if we do, if we are in a position to investigate our own appointing authority, it really wouldn't make any sense for us to follow that unless there was a criminal issue in which case we would bring it to law enforcement and pursue it in that track. But administratively, it doesn't really make a lot of sense to do that when you can maybe even directly in a conversation with the mayor say, hey, this came up, we recommend X, Y, Z. If they go with it, they go with it. If not, so be it. But really at any level, at some point for any investigative agency, you're going to have some level of conflict, even if it's an intermediary board that you might have to be investigating allegations at that level. But if it's criminal, we would feel empowered to bring that to our authorities here as within our mission and within our enabling authority.
Okay, and so generally, you don't have the enforcement teeth that you need. You bring it to federal, state, and local
That's
agents
correct.
or local law enforcement. Okay, and
Correct.
so but it's resulted in the prosecution of various entities or individuals based on your
Not the mayor, of course, right? But yes, we have done this in cases of other city officials. Yes, we have pursued criminal investigations jointly with law enforcement.
Great, and your time is valuable. How many staff members do you have, and what's your yearly budget?
We have about 23. Our yearly budget is 2.1 million. And there's about 35,000 city employees here in Philadelphia.
Okay, thank you very much. Do you have to go?
Oh, this is very interesting, though. I'm kind of enjoying this, so I'm happy to. What time are you all finishing up? 4?
5.
Yeah, 5. It's looking like now, so I'm giving you the out if necessary.
I'll stay for another few minutes, perhaps, if I can be helpful to the rest of your counselors. I'm interested and I'm enjoying this conversation. So thank you.
That's excellent. We have some sister city love here, so we love that. Okay, great. I missed a brotherly love there joke, so let's move on. Okay, great. Next we have my council colleague, I think, who was here first. I apologize, Councilor Worrell, who is the other lead sponsor, Councilor Fernandez-Anderson. You have the floor.
Madam Chair, apologies. I think Councilor Rowe was here first, but did you call me first?
I did, and I apologize if I have that wrong. You have the floor if you'd like to go.
Sure. Councilor Rowe, you are muting. What are we doing? Do you have a hard stop?
No, it's fine. It's sisterly love.
Oh, thank you so much. Always a gentleman. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Auditor, very nice to see you here. Everyone else, to the panelists, my very own constituents and experts on the ground. I do have a question for the auditor. And one specific follow-up question to the inspector in terms of Inspector General Shapiro. Are there any rules or guidelines, procedures, or protocols that you feel constrained by that could improve or that could be improved upon revising our ordinance here?
Was that a question to me or to the auditor? I'm sorry.
I can repeat. It was to you.
I understood the question. I just wasn't sure who it was. I mean, I think the initial piece, I didn't do a line by line on the ordinance. I did read it closely. I think the most significant thing that I see is I don't believe it to be independent. And so I think that the idea that, one of the challenges and one of the opportunities is I write reports. I might not be able, there's a whole range of tools that I have and that I use, but I write reports all the time. Nobody gets to edit them. Nobody gets to know about them before I'm done with them. To me, that's as significant a tool as I have. So if I were in this role that you're envisioning, I don't exactly know what that happens. Does somebody in another office get to look at what I'm writing? Do they get to get a draft? Do they get to edit it? Do they get to stop me from writing? I don't know the answer to that, but I do see that a concern that I have is independence, and that's one that I think is an issue for inspectors general across the country. And if you do, respectfully, Counselor, if you look across and do a Google search, you'll see that this is an issue that comes up. There's a live issue right now in Atlanta in their city IG's office about what she can do and what she can't do. And the city council is threatening all kinds of different things about what she can do. So, you know, I give it as a cautionary tale. I don't have that. Once I'm appointed, I run an office. If I give cause to the appointers, one of whom is on this call with me, the auditor is one of the 3 constitutional officers that appoint me. If they believe that I have done something that rises to the level of cause, they can seek to have me removed, and it's done publicly in a letter that's filed with the House and Senate clerk. So you know, it's not for me to say, but I think not approving of a report that I put out doesn't rise to cause. And I think that independence is critically important. Line by line, I'm happy, and I offered in my letter to Madam Chair that through the AIG, they have a committee that does this, and I'd also be interested in spending more time. And I've also said that with the sponsor, Councilor Mejia. I'm happy to talk with you, with Councilor Worrell, or as one of the co-sponsors with you as well, Council. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, no, it does. I understand that you feel that it's not independent and you're offering your support. And I think that, you know, that conversation would be helpful. Either way, whether we take everything that you offer or not, that's a different conversation. But I do appreciate that you're saying, look, we could go line by line and figure out where, one, we can make it totally independent so that actually it's not counterintuitive or conflicting with the actual purpose, but also there that we comb through and make sure that's effective. It sounds like you're saying you want us to be successful. Thank you for that. And so to wait, is the auditor still with us, or did
I think that she had to jump off.
Okay. All right. So let me realign my questions then. And so I guess more to the community in terms of your perspective, and whether Mr. Lisa or Fatima, what do you see as major challenges that we could face establishing the Office of Inspector General in Mass, and how, for Boston, and then of course, how do you see it in terms of overcoming it?
If you don't mind, Fatima, I won't be such a gentleman. I want to align my comments with the IG Jeffrey Shapiro. I'm all the way down. I think I briefly went through everything. I should have written it out more precisely, but exactly what he said, I was saying when we talked about the terms of the IG and how they're selected, and also who makes the final decisions in this process, and whether or not they be coterminous with the mayor. All these issues of credibility are there, and it's very important. And throughout the process of working with 4 governors and 2 presidents and a couple of mayors, the idea of independence of the IG is critical. In no city I've ever been in, and I've been in quite a few cities, I go all the way back to Lucian Blackwell and other issues, but I mean, the issue of independence is critical for confidence in the position itself, the confidence in the responsibility of the position. And so I came up through a very different process, and I hate to say Larry's not here, so I can't be very clear, but I came up in a process where I looked at Franklin Park Zoo, not the park issue, but the zoo that started off with 3 towers for the rehabilitation of the zoo. We wound up with 1. I looked at in 78 when I came to the state, we were looking at $3.6 billion for the Third Harbor Tunnel, and it finally ended up at $20 billion. There are a lot of issues that I have in terms of confidence of the public to say who's watching the store. So I align my thoughts and ideas with IG Shapiro, because I believe he's hit it on the head that if this is going to be a credible position, that person must be able to say, I'm here working on behalf of the public interest, and I can make my reports and do my investigations without any interference. And if there's cause, and if there are some challenges, then there has to be a process that defines what the cause and challenges are for removal of any kind. But I know that this city has gone through a number, and it wasn't just UMass, number of challenges. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. DeSantis, how does basically, like, how does your office collaborate with state, like municipal agencies for comprehensive oversight? And apologies if this has been asked already.
Well, for one, we actively cultivate those relationships all over the city, largely because we are in the business of fielding complaints, and a lot of times complaints are not within our jurisdiction, so we have to, move information around, make sure that complainants are getting the information to the right agencies. I'm also on a lot of regular meetings with other law enforcement officials here in Philadelphia at the federal and local level. So we periodically get together, talk about issues that we're seeing, talk about trends that we may be seeing in the casework, ways that we can help one another address issues. Really just...
Are there specific mechanisms that actually would preclude any type of political influences that you implement specifically to ensure that your independence of political influences?
Just really that has to, I think the main operational thing that we do, which is also in our enabling authority, and it is in your legislation to some extent, is maximum confidentiality, right? Unless and until we have substantiated an allegation, or when we're making a recommendation, that is, we're presenting evidence with some force to suggest that action is needed, we do not discuss open investigations with the administration, brief them on where we are in an investigation. Certainly they don't control the way in which we conduct investigations. So it's really just on making sure that our communication is just at the end when we have so that when we have evidence that's actionable, so that the investigative process is free of any kind of political influence whatsoever.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Are you able to quantify or provide examples of financial impact, savings, or recoveries that your office has achieved?
Sure. So every year we publish an annual report. In the annual report, we try to quantify our office's activities as a return on investment. And so on a budget so I've been here a long time, as I've been the IG here for 4 years, but I've been here for about 12 years altogether. And we've run a budget anywhere between 1.5 to 2.1. And we calculate our savings to be generally on the low end, double that, on the high end, triple that. Now, there's a lot of assumptions that go into quantifying a savings, right? We are, in addition to actual money that we collect, right, you can actually point to orders of restitution, settlements, or litigation that has yielded actual dollars back to the city that was the result of our investigation. But we've also done a lot of plugging gaps, preventing leakage, preventing waste that we try to articulate as quantifiable savings for our activities. And we publish all this in an annual report each year.
Can you, or how do you define the scope of your jurisdiction, and what powers are essential for an effective Inspector General's office?
Jurisdiction primarily, right, there's generally a broad substantive jurisdiction, fraud, waste, and abuse, misconduct even. So that really covers a lot of different activities. With respect to persons, programs, and within the city's executive branch, or those doing business with the city's executive branch. That's our primary articulation of jurisdiction. Essentially, if the city can do something on the basis of information unilaterally, if the city can unilaterally do something on the basis of information that we develop, we consider ourselves to have jurisdiction, right? That's our purpose, right, to develop information to...
Any legal challenges to your authority at all?
Yes, certainly. One, we do have subpoena power. So we have administrative subpoena power, which is, I think, probably the most important tool in any IG's office. If an IG doesn't have subpoena power, that's going to be a big obstacle. So that's a main thing. Cooperation of the agencies. cooperation of the individuals and the agencies with respect to what documents they're providing, what persons they're producing for interviews, and so on and so forth. IG Shapiro mentioned Atlanta. I think a lot of the discourse there that you see in IG's office there and elsewhere is around
You knew where my thought was going to go. I was going to ask, how has the establishment of the office been received by the public and city officials?
Here? Mm-hmm. So we're kind of an institution here. Even though we're an executive order agency. We've been around since the 80s. And so we are very much ingrained as part of the government here. We consider ourselves, even though we're small, the public has always responded positively to us. We unfortunately are always commenting on negative things, but we've been relied upon a lot over the years to answer questions that perhaps the public is not trustworthy of the answers coming from the administration or elsewhere. And so we've really been a part of that for a very, very long time, even though we're only an executive order agency and we're not codified in an ordinance or the charter.
Have you already answered how you're funded?
We're a general fund. We have about 2.1 million appropriation yearly from the city's general fund.
Awesome. Madam Chair, do I have any time at all, or have I abused my my stay on this floor? I have. I know you've been so generous. I felt it. I wasn't looking at the clock. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Councilor Hernandez-Anderson, as always, for your incredible questions. We'll go to Councilor Worrell, who, for the record, was here first, and so I appreciate his grace and patience. Councilor Worrell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and I want to thank my colleagues for asking great questions. And when you do go last, it knocks off a lot of questions that was on your list. But I do want to thank IG Shapiro, who was very intentional in reaching out to State Representative Worrell on wanting to get into the community and be more public facing and community oriented with his office. I think Mr. Lisa was there. We held a informational session at Prince Hall. I can't remember when it was, but IG Shapiro has been wanting and has put action behind his intentions of wanting to get more information to the community on what his office actually does, the powers, and what complaints constituents and residents can bring to the office. So just want to say thank you to IG Shapiro for that in working with State Representative Worrell and myself. One of the questions I have for is IG DeSantis is, you said you had 23 staff members. What's like the breakdown of position titles and roles? Is it, I know you have admin and investigators, lawyers. Like, can you give me like just a general breakdown of how your office is made up?
Yes. So I'm an attorney by trade, by training. We have two other attorneys here at the deputy level. We do have administrative staff, but the bulk of our office is investigative personnel, either as an investigator or an analyst. An investigator being more field oriented, doing interviews, collecting evidence more directly, and the analysts working more to piece things together from a research, paperwork perspective. If there are a lot of data that we're going through, the analysts are involved in those types of tasks.
Got it.
We also, may I also add, we have two detailed police officers here. So we have the Philadelphia Police Department was kind enough to detail two a detective and a lieutenant here. So from time to time, we do get some immediate response, first responder type complaints that we rely very heavily on our officers for, like also to help us navigate criminal investigations as they come up.
And then how many complaints do you guys get on an annual basis? And then you have two attorneys. You didn't give a breakdown on how many investigators, but how do you prioritize which one rises to the top to be investigated?
So I don't, offhand, I'm going to estimate it's around, we hover around 200 cases, investigations open at any given time. I don't know that I can speak to the complaint volume just offhand, but it's more than that, obviously. And we do a lot of triaging because we don't have the resources to investigate every single thing that comes through.
Right.
But we do have an internal process to help us make some of those prioritizing decisions that are based on things like, one, how credible is the allegation, or how much do we, how much evidence is presented here? How do we have a person to follow up with? Is it investigatable to some extent, right, based on what's come through? Impact on the city, right? We do want to devote our resources to cases that have a much deeper impact, whether it be financially or otherwise. Certainly criminal allegations we want to address more quickly and more thoroughly than administrative investigations. And of course, a jurisdictional assessment and some other sort of what I would consider tactical considerations, right? Sometimes we get complaint, and even though it may be speaking to a serious issue, there's not enough information communicated to us because we do want to accept confidential complaints. There's not enough information sometimes communicated for us to actually build a good investigative plan. So all of that together we do with our office's leadership does every week as cases come through.
All right. And yeah, I think those are my questions. Most of my other questions have been answered already. Thank you, Chair. I'll yield back my time.
Thank you, Councilor Royal. I will, seeing that we've had some colleagues jump off, I have a few questions that are very similar to what's been asked, but hopefully diving into specifically what a pathway for Boston looks like moving forward. Similar to Councilor Royal's questions, instead of for IG DeSantis, for IG Shapiro, how many complaints do you typically get on a yearly basis, on an annual basis? If you have numbers for Boston in particular, and then how many investigations you've done. I know that it's very sensitive information, so to the extent that you can't answer the question, please feel free to elaborate.
What I can tell you, I don't have information broken out specifically for Boston, and I'm not sure that I can break it out that way, but I will certainly make an inquiry. We did just, like my colleague in Philadelphia, we put out an annual report. We just put out our calendar year 2023 report, and I think we had 3,100 complaints. I think is the number that stands, but I will verify that, and I will take a look to see where those come from. We don't tabulate how many we keep open at a time because we think that that's information that we keep protected for a number of different reasons. So I can't comment on that piece. I did share some highlights of some Boston matters that we've done. I could certainly go more extensively and take a look at that. I'm happy to dig into that a little bit more if that's helpful.
That would be great, and I do think that. So it's just to clarify, 3,100 across the Commonwealth.
Across the Commonwealth on our main, we have a few different types of hotlines, but our main type of complaint line. We also do some others specifically for transportation matters, and that comes in a slightly different way. And I don't know if that number is baked into that number, but I'll take a look, and we'll certainly, Madam Chair, follow up with you on that because I don't want to provide misinformation on that.
Okay, great. And then just to clarify, you had 90 employees that oversees 300,000 municipal employees. Is that right?
We believe that between state and municipal employees, our calculation, because we also have quasis and other kinds of government entities, so our folks have calculated that that's about 300,000 public employees, and the spend across state and municipal government including grants that go out to nonprofits, is that $120 billion.
Okay. Could you tell us about, on average, how many cases your employees have per year or at any given time?
We don't break it out by that for a number of different reasons. Our cases vary. Some are pretty significant and have multiples. Some are smaller and people have multiple. So we don't publicly release what caseloads look like. But I will inquire about if there's some Boston specific kinds of information that we might be able to provide. I just don't know the answer to that.
That would be helpful.
Yep.
Only because I'm trying to understand the landscape and exactly what the need is here in Boston. It sounds like we have this Boston Financial Commission, this audit committee that is already in existence. And thinking about it in terms of workflow, right? Like you are at the top, your authority that lives in Chapter 12A supersedes what the city of Boston does. And so in my mind, you're here, the state auditor's here, and on one lateral line is the Financial Commission, which deals with the finances and audits that aspect of it. But then similar to IG DeSantis and what's happening in Philly, there's an opportunity to have a lateral entity that deals with criminal investigations, fraud, waste, abuse. And it would not be redundant to, or may be redundant to what you're doing or repetitive, but as was mentioned by the auditor, that's not necessarily a bad thing. And it seems like that we already have a financial entity that works through some of the auditing. And I wish we still had Councilor DeCara on here, but I am pleased to hear that you would be open to the establishment of an OIG at the Boston level, as long as your authority is not undermined in any way. And so I'd be curious to know too, I mean, this may be for a working session moving forward, but if we could put this on our to-do list to comb through the language and understand exactly what sort of the red lines are for you, how you would see some things that could potentially undermine your authority, going through that and understanding, what you would want to have redlined through here, what could stay, what we may need to add in here. I remember you talking about language for protecting whistleblowers and all of that. So if we could put that on our to-do list moving forward for the working session, just your thoughts, comments, and suggestions for both additional language and then also strikes from this particular ordinance. I do feel like there is a pathway, again, just laterally. We have this finance committee and the Office of Inspector General could mirror what IG DeSantis does down in Philly. And then we would obviously have to work through instances where we feel like there could be any overlapping roles and responsibilities. But that's something that we need to articulate at a working session moving forward. And so I'm pleased to hear that you are open to it just in general. Before I move to my council colleagues again, and we also have a second panel too, so I want to be mindful of their time. Sorry, I'm just going through my questions right now. I think that's it for me. I'll go to Councilor Mejia. I apologize. Councilor Braden has joined us again. She had to go away, now she's back, and so I'll pass it to her, and then we can go for a second round if there are other questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had to nip out and read a story at the elementary school up the street, so I'm back. I'm sorry I probably missed a lot of questions. I think my curiosity is just about how it intersects with the work of the FinCom. I know the FinCom used to have 12 staff. I don't know at what stage in their history that was, but they've been in existence for over 100 years at this stage. And right now they're working with 3 staff on a budget of like just over $300,000. So they're obviously under-resourced, but when they do engage in investigations, they do a very thorough job. And and a lot of us, I know about FinCom because Matt Cahill came and visited when I was first elected way back in 2020, before COVID hit. We had a sit-down conversation, and I think a lot of my colleagues may not even know of their work. So I think it's worth a conversation to get acquainted with the work of FinCom and their board that do such great work on a shoestring budget, actually. So anyway, I'm sorry I missed so much of the conversation, but I'm happy just to catch up. I'll review the tape afterwards.
Thank you, Councilor Braden. Councilor Mejia?
Thank you, Chair. And I also want to be mindful that we have another IG from Chicago coming in, and she'll come in and out and also will have a hard stop. And I'm glad that IG DeSantis has stayed engaged. And I'm incredibly encouraged by IG Shapiro here on the state level. Really happy to know that you've been in community and really working at making sure that people know that you exist and the work that your office does. And I look forward to hosting you around my way one day, okay? But not for the purposes of this dialogue, I'm really curious about, to Councilor Coletta's point in terms of a path forward, I really do believe that there is an opportunity. And as we continue to dive in, I am really interested in not the alarm around like something bad has happened, let's bring in this. That when people think about the IGs, they're always, I mean, at least the perception from when I started talking to people in my neighborhood about it, they're like, oh my God, those are the people that audit. It's like the IRS. It's like, no. So I'm just curious, IG Shapiro, what do you think in terms of just really turning that narrative into something that's proactive and not reactive, and in terms of the work that we could potentially be doing here in the city of Boston? You know, what are some examples that you probably wouldn't be able to do because you're the state, but here on the local municipal level, things that we can potentially do as part of one of our functions? And then the other piece of the whole idea around audits and investigations, yes, but we're also looking at ways that we can restore trust in city government, specifically around decision-making processes that happen. As Louis mentioned earlier, a lot of these things are being done to us without us, and there's really no formal space or place for community in particular to file a complaint, even against the city councilors, right? It's not just the administration. I want to be really clear that what we're trying to do here is to hold all government accountable, including the council. And I'm just curious, when we're thinking about accountability and transparency, that does not begin and end with an audit or a report, but what other functions can you think of as we continue to build out what this potentially could be here in Boston that really gets at restoring trust, specifically around decision-making processes that have been flawed and or broken? I'm curious about that, which is really one of the things that inspired me to resuscitate this particular ordinance and bring it back to life. And that could be either IGs can, well, both, if you have time to chime in on other functionalities.
IG DeSantis, do you want to? I'm happy to take some.
Go ahead, sir. You're the home field.
Appreciate that. So I think a starting point that I take, there are a lot of elements in there, Councilor, so I'll try to do it as quickly as I can, mindful of the time. The first point that's there is, since I took office 19 months ago, I believe that if people think of us as the investigative and the compliance agency, we've lost already. So as Councilor Worrell graciously shared with you, I reached out to he and his brother. I read a story in the Globe about their ability to open a storefront to make a small city hall in their community, which is, walking distance for those that can walk or run from the real city hall, but it's, eons away for 100 other reasons that aren't for today's conversation. And I went and I met with them, and after I did that, they invited me to present at a town hall to talk about what we do. And I think education, training, knowledge transfer, business continuity are key things. So I try to spend 60% of my time on those kinds of things and 40% on compliance and investigations, because there are nefarious people and they need to know that we're serious and we're going to hold them accountable. So, but that's what I try to do. The other piece of it is that one of our divisions, we have a division that's created separately by statute to look at the Secretariat of Health and Human Services. Its statute is slightly different in that part of our responsibility for that Secretariat and its child agencies, all the human services areas, is to help them be more effective and more efficient. So our folks, we can do audits, we can do investigations, we also sit with them and try to figure out how did the forms work for the clients that they're trying to serve. We just did a huge project about what does it look like for somebody that may have a disability that is used to having gone into a regional office and now it's an online service. So you can't sit next to somebody and help them fill out the form. There's so many other kinds of things, and to Secretary Walsh's credit and to members of her team, they're very receptive to the things that we do. But that's the kind of thing that we do that I would say, from my perspective, is not that got you kind of mentality of that's what we do, we report, but that's trying to make government work better. So, you can certainly use me as a resource, you can use our office. I'm happy to have our general counsel sit. On the other side, you're creating something that's for you. And so I certainly respect, the counselors that, want to listen, but it's not for me to write it. And, it's your piece of it. I also appreciate that, there needs to be a place to triage. We're a place that all kinds of things come in. Some things we call it a redirect to an agency, and that's what my colleague in Philadelphia talked a lot about doing. We're a place that people feel comfortable asking a question, and so we do a lot of that kind of work as well. I guess lastly, just in this space, I would say that what we work on, we're ever reevaluating. We have limited resources, even if our resources are larger than some, it's all relative. And so I think that the other question that you asked is, like, what would the office do? I think part of it is, I try to get out, I try to be around. I do believe that the work that we have done on behalf of the city has been good work, but I have lots of places. I mean, and I think that's the piece of it. I think I am, in concept, I'm not against this because I think that would be a bad government. I think that, it should be a complement, and I think we can continue to do the work that we're doing. If there was another entity, they can do the work that they're doing, and in some way you get, sort of double value because the way we're structured. But like my colleague, the auditor said, and my colleague in Philadelphia, it all depends on the people too. Even when you overlap, it's not always a bad thing. We have memorandums of understanding with other agencies. Those are really important tools because the statute requires us to be confidential, but that gives us a little bit of latitude on how we can work. Because to me, making government work better, is not having my agency waste resources either. So I hope that helps.
Absolutely. Thank you. And I know IG DeSantis, I know you stayed here longer, and I got another IG coming from Chicago, so you're gonna have to give up.
This is a bigger city than me. Oh, do I have to leave in order for her?
No, you can stay. I'm just teasing you. You can stay. Give me your thoughts.
May I? I'll say one more thought to your question, and then I'll run. But thanks again for having me. And I can always, if I really want to support your project in whatever form, so feel free to contact us at any time. A couple thoughts on things that we do besides for like these gotcha incidents or what you might call holding someone accountable on the back end after something has already occurred. One, education, awareness, right? Both in the community, but probably more so we direct those efforts to the workforce, right? Because we want to make the workforce know that they have a place and a resource to go to if they feel that they've been put in a compromised situation, if they've come across something they want to talk to somebody about or is otherwise questioned. So education and culture within the city of Philadelphia's workforce we do a lot of work around that, try to cultivate that regularly, as IG Shapiro mentioned. Also, we like the idea of cleaning our own house. So typically in municipal corruption, right, you're talking about cases that are being made nothing happens. There's no real, there's no context. And then all of a sudden somebody gets indicted or there's a big scandal that happens. That's going to happen. But if we as the city are there in partnership with our federal partners or our state partners, we are at least able to say, we knew about this. We're part of the corrective action plan that took care of this, and we're policing our own self. And I think the public likes that sort of internal concept of self-responsibility, self-governance, rather than waiting for some outside actor to come in and essentially unilaterally do something without, it certainly puts our governments in a more adversarial position. And then lastly, I wanted to emphasize one more thing, which is institutional knowledge. And I think that's relevant to some of the conversations that are going on here. The city is very complicated, right? There are many, many processes and people and units that are off into a corner and are very isolated. And, we think of it as a big machine. Helping the public navigate that, but also helping others in the administration navigate that, we think is a big part of what we do. Because there are things that have come up in Philadelphia that are really just, nobody really in government understands how to answer effectively, because maybe they don't have control of the issue, or they haven't had the opportunity to really dig into the organization very, very deeply to understand what's happening. Not one level down, 2 levels down, but like 5 or 6 or 7 levels down in the organization. And so we have, I think, done a lot to help, at least in our opinion, improve public confidence in our government. I'll give you an example. Recently, there's been a series of, our Office of Homeless Services here has been under a lot of strain. And they have been operationally very challenged, and a lot of that has played out in the paper here. And there's been a series of sort of critical articles of this department that have come across in the paper. We have a new administration here who's also sort of just getting their feet wet, trying to understand their own programs and initiatives. And so we stepped into, it's not anything, no one's in handcuffs, no one's disciplined, right? There's not an actionable outcome, but we oriented ourselves to this project just to tell the story of what happened. So we produced a report that we released publicly a few months back, just for the purpose of educating the public about this issue that has been in the press. And we were able to say, yes, we've investigated this charge and that's correct. And we think that there needs to be something changed here. This other issue is sort of a red herring, and that maybe, so giving guidance and some structure to a conversation that's playing out in the press or otherwise, I think has been really effective for us in a space that's not penal, if you will. But anyways, I see my colleague from Chicago here. Hello. But anyhow, thank you for your time. And as I said, contact me anytime. Really appreciate being part of this conversation. It's really, really great. Thank you very much.
And you don't have to leave. I just want you to know.
I said, you got a bigger fish over here.
No, and I know Councilor Colette, I know it's my time, but I also want to acknowledge that our 2 community panelists have been here, and they're the reason why we're doing all of this. And I wanted to make sure that before I wrapped up my line of questions for this round, that I really create an opportunity for the community for these 2 leaders in particular to, just share any last, words of wisdom or things that they'd like to see us do differently as we continue to walk through this process. This is going to go into working sessions. This is nowhere near the ends of the conversation, but you guys are so crucial to this process. So I want to make sure that we create some space for you to react to any of the things that we discussed so far. Thank you.
Yep. Ms. Ali-Salam and Mr. Aliza, you have the floor.
Thank you. The one thing I'll just end and say, I really do appreciate IG Shapiro's remarks and IG DeSantis' remarks about, and Councilor Mejia's about being proactive. That is one of the key things that I believe residents want to see. We are not interested in, nor do we want to see anyone who works in public service being disparaged in the news or anything else. We don't need it. We don't want to see that. We want to see progress. The city has so many resources, so many at its fingertips, that we want you to pull all the levers, all of them. Don't hold back. At this point, you know, so many people have been in public service for a long time. There are some people who have done service for the public outside of, you know, being an elected official for a very long time. But I do want to thank all of the information. I may reach out to you, IG Shapiro. The GMNC holds monthly meetings, and your knowledge is very much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Eliza?
I just want to thank you also, and thank all of you for being here. I want to thank Inspector General Shapiro for coming out to the community, letting folks know that, you know, they can start trying to trust again and close that gap between those who govern and those who are being governed, because that's so important. I want to thank Inspector General DeSantos for being in Philadelphia. I can tell you stories. So, it's just the opportunity to be able to go back to my association and others that say we're working on this, because it is a concern and a challenge that we have to address in all cities, but particularly in those that have, you know, a lot of strong politics and a lot of change that's taking place. So thank you both. And thank you, and Larry's not here, but thank him for his idea of history and what happened. Boston, like New York City, has a lot of history, and an Inspector General anywhere in that discussion would be quite exciting book. So you guys can put it together and I'll read it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. As we transition to the next panel, everybody's welcome to stay. You might get moved to an attendee rather than a panelist. While we have her, we are very honored to have the Inspector General of the City of Chicago, Deborah Wisberg. I hope I said that, Witzberg. I hope I said that correctly. Thank you so much. And then for central staff, as she's providing her testimony, we can have the two Dianes, Diane Valley, Diane Wilkerson, if they're still on, Lori Radwin and Marlon Solomon, be moved to this particular panel. But for now, thank you so much for being here. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I so appreciate the opportunity to be here today. My name is Deborah Witzberg. I'm Inspector General for the City of Chicago. This is a really exciting project. I really appreciate the invitation for lots of reasons, not least of which is that I am a proud native of the Commonwealth. So Massachusetts is home sweet home, and I've had the good fortune to work with both IG Shapiro and IG DeSantis, so I'm honored to be in their company as well. I will talk briefly about our office and what we do and how we do it, and then I'm very happy to answer any questions as to the extent that that's helpful to members of the council. The City of Chicago Office of Inspector General is an independent, nonpartisan agency within city government. I think of our positioning within city government being really important as we work to build public legitimacy and trust in government, that accountability is driven by the city, not imposed upon it, that accountability and transparency work is baked in, not bolted on to city operations. I think that really speaks to the importance of this operation being a component of city government. The mission of our office is to promote economy, effectiveness, efficiency, and integrity in the operations of city government. And we go about our work in three sort of channels. We do both administrative and criminal misconduct investigations. We do program and policy work keyed toward efficiency and effectiveness and equity. And then finally, we do transparency work, motivated by the principle that information about the government belongs to the governed. That work is designed to shine a light into the windowless rooms of city government. Across those three channels of work, we have staff in a variety of different practice areas, much like IGs Shapiro and DeSantis. We have a full-time staff of 124 people. We have 2 detailed Chicago police officers. Our jurisdiction includes city officials and employees, vendors, contractors, licensees, applicants, lobbyists, et cetera. We receive about 2,000 intakes per quarter on average. approximately 8,000 intakes a year. We currently have and usually have about 200 open misconduct investigations kind of at any one time. And I think important to note here that the volume of information we receive is enormous. 2,000 intakes a quarter is a lot. That's a good news story. We only know what people tell us. And as we see that number go up, I take that to be a sign that more and more Chicagoans are aware of who we are and what we do and where to find us. I think that is good news for government legitimacy and this effort to foster public trust in government. It certainly bodes for a need to thoughtfully triage our work. And my colleagues have talked a little bit about that. I'll just underscore that here. I think in any situation where there is a need for an oversight and accountability agency, there's likely to be more work that needs doing than is likely to get done. And so then I think how to prioritize that work is a critical feature of the work. And I will say that here in Chicago, the way I think about that is driven by the fact that the city of Chicago operates at a tremendous deficit of legitimacy with its residents. We live in a city where for many decades, many generations, no, the city has not given anyone any reason to give the city the benefit of the doubt. And so operating against that backdrop, we try to prioritize our work to devote our resources to those things where those opportunities to pay down the deficit of legitimacy the fastest. Those are sometimes, but not always, the problems where there is the largest dollar amount at issue. Sometimes those are much smaller things. Sometimes those are the day-to-day interactions that people have with municipal employees. The example that I often think of here is that if we have building inspectors who are soliciting $50 bribes, that is a very low dollar threshold. No prosecutor in Cook County, Illinois is going to charge that case as a crime. However, for the Chicagoan who can't be confident that their building is safe for their family because somebody has solicited a $50 bribe, that has an enormous impact on legitimacy and goes to degrade trust in government, I think, in a really significant way. And so I try to think about that as sort of the North Star of us prioritizing our work as we do so. So I'm conscious of the time. I know you all have been at this for a while, so I don't want to take up too much of your time. But I'm happy to take any questions or to speak in more detail about anything that's of particular interest about our office's operations.
Thank you so much. It's always great to have actors from other municipalities come in and show just how much we could be doing better and opportunities for the work. So thank you so much. It's incredible to hear your work over in Chicago. If it's okay to the chair, I think because we only have you for a little bit, maybe we'll just have questions for the Inspector General and then go into other folks to give testimony, or I'll defer to the sponsor in your preference.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to note that Councilor Anderson has logged on with her phone and just needs to be upgraded to panelist if it hasn't been done so. And I just want to thank the IG for bringing it literally to this space. And we look forward to, and I'll defer back to you to allow for questions just because we know time is short. And thank you for allowing her to be here.
Okay. If that's all right, I'll go to questions. And for central staff to elevate Councilor Fernandez-Anderson from her phone. Councilor Mejia, I'll go to you first. And then Councilor Anderson, Councilor Braden, and then myself.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. So again, thank you for being with us. It does definitely provide a lot of context and helps us understand what's happening, what we can be doing more of, how we should move through this. This is just a proposal at this moment. So this is the first hearing, and I look forward to learning more as we continue to navigate. And so your perspective is really helpful. I'm curious if you could talk a little bit about the process in Chicago that happens when selecting the Inspector General. Is it appointed? Or is it elected? How did you get about getting the seat?
Some days it feels like I lost a bet. This is an important question because the independence of the office is so critical, and the selection process for the IG is really important in terms of structural independence. The way this works here, and we've made some recent changes to the rules. We have there is a search committee that is selected. Some members are selected by the mayor. Some members are selected by the Ethics and Government Oversight Committee of our City Council. That committee engages a search firm The search firm identifies applicants, the committee selects names, sends a name to the mayor nominates that person for confirmation by the city council. So there's intended to be some sort of checks and balances built into that process. Then once confirmed, the Inspector General serves a 4-year term, removable only for cause by a majority vote of the city council. And we recently legislated a term limit of 2 4-year terms, which I think is, for what it's worth, a really critical independence measure as well.
No, that's important. You know, I've heard through some, you know, speaking with folks about if we really want to be independent, that this position should be elected instead of appointed. And I'm just curious if you've, you know, have seen this position, you know, the composition differently. What would be your thoughts on that?
I think there are trade-offs with any of these approaches. I will say, I think that the system that we have strikes a roughly appropriate balance in terms of those trade-offs. So we have this appointment process, we have a protected term. That term is staggered, intentionally staggered with the term of the appointing mayor, and apologies, I should have said that in the first place. So the idea is that a new mayor cannot simply come in and bring in an inspector general of choice, basically. I think that that's important. You know, the reality is if we are doing our jobs right, nobody is happy with what we have to say all the time. I often say we have a lot of good relationships with our partners elsewhere in city government, but the fact of the matter is if folks in City Hall feel entirely warm and fuzzy about the work we're doing, we're probably not doing it right. Our work is not necessarily always politically popular either in a public-facing way, and so I would have some concerns around an elected IG position. I do think it's important in an appointed position to build in as many independence protections as possible. Term protection, I think, is really important, and I think a thoughtful selection process is really important.
Yeah, no, I love that. Now, I have a question, and I'm really curious about this because I understand that the City Council recently expanded your office jurisdiction to include authority to investigate lobbying, campaign finance, as well as conduct audits of the City Council's operations. Is that true? And if so, can you talk a little bit about your relationship with the City Council and you know, their ability to expand that capacity for your office?
Certainly. There have been, over the last number of years, there have been periodic iterative expansions of our jurisdictional authority. Among the most notable recent ones, over the last 8 years or so, has been an expansion of our authority over the City Council itself. As you say, we now have authority both to investigate misconduct by members of the City Council and to do performance audits of City Council operations. Some of those other expansions of authority that you mentioned, including around lobbying and campaign finance, those have to do with both our work and the work of the city's Board of Ethics, with whom we work closely. But there certainly has been an expansion over time. And I think that there are a few things at work there. One is that there has been a little bit of consolidation of oversight authority in the city. There used to be a separate legislative inspector general overseeing our city council. That proved to be an ineffective model for a number of reasons. And so the Office of the Legislative Inspector General was closed and their authority was sort of rolled into ours. The other is that I think there is a rising tide when we are doing effective accountability and transparency work, that as that work takes on a sort of air of inevitability, there is, I think, more appetite for it and more kind of acceptance of it. And so I think that as we see that authority expand, you know, that's a good thing. Now, certainly, that conferral of authority must be accompanied by actual operational ability to get the work done. And so authority on paper is one thing, operational ability to get it done is another. Certainly worth being mindful of the fact there's an expression in oversight that the appearance of accountability is worse than none at all. From a legitimacy and public trust perspective, much to be avoided is a situation where there is kind of an appearance of a watchdog, which is a paper tiger.
Yeah. No, I appreciate that. And I know we have you for a short period of time, and we have a few colleagues lined up, that I'm just going to ask one more question. As I continue to navigate this conversation, this was really inspired by community voice and a lot of our residents not feeling heard or seen in a lot of the decision-making processes, whether it's development, participatory budget, how we're spending their dollars, like all things that deal with real voice and transparency. And oftentimes, you could decide whether or not you're going to reelect someone every 2 years, but there's really no real infrastructure for residents to hold their officials accountable, or really feel like their voices are being taken into consideration around some of the things that matter to them most, right? People care about potholes, people care about development projects, people care whether or not their officials are listening to them. And so, can you talk to me about any infrastructure? Because when people think about this position, I'm hearing a lot about financial and audit and waste and corruption. And I think that yes, that is part of the conversation, but there's just so much more, going back to the restoring trust in government. And just very similar to Chicago, Boston has layers and layers of distrust. And I, for one, even though I work in government, I still don't trust government. What role do you think an office like this can play in repairing that trust for the basic nuts and bolts of government?
I think all that is so important. I will say a couple of things. When we think about municipal government and the role of an IG at the municipal level specifically, one of the things that makes that so important is how close municipal government, city government is to people's everyday lives for exactly the reasons that you talked about. When people are worried about whether the potholes get filled and whether the snow gets shoveled and whether the streetlights come on and whether the libraries are open at hours they can access, that's a city government question. City government is sort of the first line in people's day-to-day lives. That's what makes it so important, to have it work well and to be accessible and accountable and transparent. I think, in terms of infrastructure for feedback and access to information, I'm going to mix a couple of metaphors here, but we talk about, I talked about this idea that Chicago has not given anyone any reason to give the city the benefit of the doubt. One of the results of that is that anywhere in city government where something is happening out of public view, people are left to assume the worst, because we haven't given them any reason not to for decades, for generations. And so any public policy conversation which we successfully shove out into the light of day, out into public view, is a better one from my perspective. There's a saying that I often draw upon, which is that if you want to right wrongs, shine the light of truth upon them. I think that is a profound truth in the work that we do. That any operation of city government which we render more visible, less mysterious to the people who rely on city government, we have improved by virtue of doing that. And so that really does motivate our transparency work. We do data transparency, we do sort of process transparency, we do work on budget transparency, exactly as you say, so people have some sense of where the many, many, many dollars in the city budget go. I think all of that is vital. Now, we have to sort of walk and chew gum at the same time. We have to be doing that transparency work while we are holding bad actors accountable for breaking the rules. I think that for all of those reasons, an oversight entity should be doing everything it can to get out in front of people, to make sure that people, as I say, know who we are and what we do, and they're aware of the work that we do. We can't do transparency work in secret. And if we're holding bad actors accountable for breaking the rules and nobody knows about it, then the accountability tree has sort of fallen in the forest and there's no one there to hear it. I often say that we will go anywhere we're invited and some places we're not, to talk about our work, and more importantly, to listen to Chicagoans, listen to the people who know city government best, to tell us what we should be worried about, what we should be focused on.
Thank you for that. And I want to be mindful of your time and my colleagues. So, Chair Coletta Zapata, I'm yielding the time that I know I don't have left anymore.
Thank you, Councilor Mejia. Councilor Fernandez-Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My apologies, I am in transition. Inspector General Witzberg, thank you so much for being here. Really enjoyed listening to you. It was like reading a book. Hopefully we get more out of you with these questions. I really have an appreciation for your points about transparency in terms of communicating it, budget or policy or programmatic, I'm sure. I guess it leads me to the question about metrics or benchmarks in terms of working with third-party companies to be able to actually reference certain data points. Are we doing a good job? And there's a component about accountability and inspection, but then there's these audits. But then, taking it to the next level is the collaboration or the synergy of networking or partnering with other agencies to ensure that there's equitable solutions, or that the city is actually abiding by the certain policies that they say that they are, or that they intend to. So I guess the question is do you do that in Chicago, or where do you see, if not, where do you see the possibilities of that?
I'm not sure this entirely answers the question, but I will say one of the things that keeps me up at night is how to measure success in this work, how we measure progress. Where the arc of misconduct and corruption and mistrust in city government is such a long one, we're not going to bend it back right away. This is not a problem of the scale that we fix in the time frame of an election cycle or a term or a career, for that matter. And so I worry about the fact that when there's no finish line in sight, it's really hard to find the mile markers. It's really hard to kind of benchmark success.
Right.
I will say a couple things about that. We do have a regular practice of following up on recommendations that we make to city departments. So we will, in our programmatic work, we will issue findings accompanied by recommendations. We send those recommendations to the relevant city department. They are required by the law to respond in writing. We publish that whole thing, findings, recommendations, responses, and then some period of time later, usually about a year, we will go back to that city department and say, like, did you do the things you said you were going to do? And then we publish what amounts to sort of a report card on a project by project basis. That's a little bit of help. It certainly doesn't speak to the larger question of, are we making any progress in terms of legitimacy and public trust? I do take our rising number of intakes as a good sign in a slightly paradoxical way. I do not believe that we are getting more, we are hearing from Chicagoans more because more things are going wrong. Plenty of things are going wrong, but that is not new here. I take it to mean, I take the fact that we are getting more intakes, we are hearing from more Chicagoans, to mean that more people are reaching out to us because they know that there is an operation in city government that they can reach out to, and they believe that something good will come of their doing so. So I take that to be good news. It is by no means a perfect metric of success. I think that is one of the central challenges of oversight work.
Sure. Thank you. I appreciate that, you make recommendations. I think that's the response there. And by no means implying that, I'm asking for the metrics to prove your efficiency, rather with the city. For example, a lot of these sentiment with the community of lack of transparency or communication. And I could totally see how, of course, you've now engaged increased numbers because you're transparent, because you're communicating, and therefore, obviously, more use of your service, of your services. So I can see where it's okay, not an indication of more failures. Rather, now that we are transparent and communicated, we are available, and folks obviously are more engaged, which is awesome. But I was here in Boston, and I don't know how much you seem to be a very astute woman and probably did some research before attending this hearing today. So I'm not sure how much research you've done in terms of the things that we got going on here in Boston, but just trying to figure out in terms of, again, like the synergy of more cohesive partnerships, intergovernmental, but as well as other agencies, to ensure that we're not just doing a thing just to complain, but that once we have the data, that we're applying it where we can actually get better results for future. So the recommendation's great. Considering whatever you've researched, we have the participatory budgeting, we have other great policies happening in Boston. What advice would you offer to ensure smooth implementation for a similar office in Boston, just based on what you've read up on?
Yeah, I apologize for misunderstanding the question. I always think everything is about us, so
no worries.
I appreciate the clarification.
It was great.
I think Again, acknowledging this may not be a perfect answer. I think that my understanding of the situation in which Boston finds itself is that there are a lot of kind of players in the field. There are a lot of entities doing similar and related work, and even when there's lots of work to go around, a crowded landscape can be a challenging one to do good work that is meaningfully kind of moving the ball forward. We very much have that situation here as well, particularly in the public safety and policing sphere, where there are lots of acronyms, lots of entities on the field. I have little kids who play soccer. I often think that, I think about the fact that when they're very young, when they're toddlers and they start to play soccer, everybody chases the ball around the field and they don't make very much progress. As they get a little bit older and they learn to play their positions, they move the ball further down the field. I think that that's the lesson for synergies among partners in this kind of work, is that if everybody plays their position, everybody plays to their institutional strengths, then we make more progress. I think that, in terms of what people care about, good pipelines of information, the importance of community engagement in this work cannot be overstated. There absolutely must be a robust pipeline of public sentiment into government oversight work. That's how we know what matters to people. And so I think, I guess I would just add those two things. One, to say a robust community engagement operation, vitally important, easy to underestimate, vitally important. And then I think as you all think about setting up a new entity which would operate either sort of alongside or adjacent to other entities charged with related duties, thinking through, of the many things that there are to do, which tasks, which of those institutions is best suited, best constructed to do, is, I think, important to maximize the likelihood of getting meaningful results.
I appreciate that. Madam Chair, last question, if I may.
Of course, go ahead.
Thank you. Inspector Witzberg, are there any particular pitfalls or common mistakes that Boston should avoid when establishing this office?
Oh, I'm sure we've made them all. I think setting up inadequate independence protections is an important mistake to avoid, and I think ones that other cities around the country have struggled with somewhat early in their journeys with the municipal IG. Clear rules and practices around unfettered access to information and operational independence in decision-making, I think those are vital. An easy mistake to make at the outset would be to kind of underbuild those protections. I think that would be a mistake. The other thing I will say, which has more to do with the early operations of the entity and less to do with setting it up, is that the hardest part of this job by a lot is managing the human relationships it involves. Other actors in city government are both partners in and subjects of our work. We all have to be pulling in the direction of a government which more closely resembles the one Chicagoans deserve. If we are not doing that, we've already lost. And so there's a lot of work that we can and must kind of cooperate on. However, the fact of the matter is, we also are sitting across the table from other folks in city government in a very adversarial way in other settings. And so calibrating that relationship appropriately is, in my mind, the first and most important challenge of the person in the Inspector General's seat.
Fantastic. Thank you. If you haven't thought of it yet, a residency or adjunct position somewhere is waiting for you. Really, really enjoyed conversing with you and looking forward to more questions.
I so appreciate that. And don't threaten me with a good time. As Mejia knows, I still have a 617 area code on my cell phone. So, it's near and dear to my heart.
You're definitely a teacher or professor of some kind. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great. We will move to Councilor Breda.
Thank you. I'm back in the saddle again. I'm curious about, I love your analogy about the little kids playing soccer. They follow the ball around a little swarm of bees. It's wonderful. We talk about that often when we remember our nephews playing soccer way back when. And it expresses the sentiment exactly. I'm thinking about, your subpoena power and when do you make criminal referrals and those sort of things?
This is a great question, and is certainly a feature which can distinguish among IGs is how much and how this power is calibrated. So we have administrative subpoena authority. We can issue administrative subpoenas in any investigation conducted under our jurisdiction. We also have broad authority to share information and work with various law enforcement and prosecutors' offices. So sometimes we make criminal referrals. Other times we stay on in criminal cases as the investigating agency, and we work with either our state's attorney's office, which is the equivalent of our district attorney here in Cook County, or the state attorney general, or the United States attorney's office. And so again, sometimes that is a referral, that's a handoff. Other times we function in the capacity of the investigating agency for those prosecutions. It depends a little bit on the circumstances and kind of the facts of each case. But I think that very important to have both of those pieces of authority. Subpoena authority, which we can exercise in our administrative investigations as well, and then broad authority to share information with and collaborate with law enforcement and prosecutors' offices.
And so you have a big staff of 120 personnel, and then you have police officers as well.
Yes.
And what do they do? The police officers.
They provide a number of really important functions. Some of them are sort of mechanical, and some of them are sort of atmospheric, I would say. The mechanical functions that they provide, they have
heading to Boston, because for 16 years and counting, Boston has been waiting.
Access.
Marlon, put yourself on mute. Thank you. Sorry.
They bring access to various kinds of police department information, that we can use in the course of our investigations. They are very thoughtful investigators. They are trained in law enforcement, and so we have them assigned as investigators. They're very thoughtful investigators. They also provide a huge amount of subject matter expertise. We devote a lot of our oversight attention to the Chicago Police Department for lots of reasons, and it's incredibly valuable to have the perspective of people who work within that department. So both because of what they can do by virtue of being police officers and because of what they know by virtue of their being police officers, they're a tremendously valuable asset to the place.
I'm also, I'm really impressed with I think you're right on the money about the independence of the office. Like, I know our FinCom is an independent office that's, appointed by the governor and funded by the city, but the city has no direct oversight of that organization. Would they have subpoena power and they can investigate issues with regard to the city? So the independence is really critically important. I'm wondering, at the outset, does political interference, like you say, you have to do this dance with so many different entities in the city government. Are you ever subject to political interference, or do you have to tell them to butt out?
I would like to say that this is never an issue and that this goes perfectly all the time. It doesn't go perfectly all the time. And we have, in fact, in recent cases, we have prosecuted people for obstructing with or interfering with OIG investigations. I think, it's really important to set really clear, really rigorous rules and then to enforce them like we mean it. We've had good rules on the books for a long time. Our office has, frankly, historically done less than it should have in enforcing the obstruction rules. New day, we now enforce those pretty seriously. I think that's really important. So, candidly, yes, we sometimes see situations where other actors, other city actors make some attempt to obstruct or to interfere with our work. We are fortunate to have pretty good, although imperfect, certainly, rules on the books, and we are now in the business of enforcing them seriously.
So is there anything on your books that you'd like to change or improve?
Yes. One issue that we come across frequently has to do with the circumstances under which other city departments can keep information from us. Mm-hmm. The question of whether, most pointedly, the question of whether city departments can assert attorney-client privilege to limit their disclosure to an inspector general is a pressing one. This is a question under much discussion on the national landscape. This battle has been fought already on the federal level, I will say, where the federal legislation outlining Inspector General powers at for federal agencies has been clarified to make clear that privilege may not be used to narrow the duty to cooperate. We will be well served by at some point having our rules more clearly aligned with the federal standard on that point.
I'm also curious about, the whole transparency piece. I know Inspector General Shapiro talked about the lengths that they do a lot of education. Can you talk a little bit about your outreach to the populace of Chicago and how you increase, government trust, citizenry trust in your organization?
Absolutely. We do a combination of a variety of things, cognizant of the fact that no one kind of outreach is likely to reach everyone who we want to reach. So we do a great deal of digital outreach. We have a very active digital media presence. That's of course a little bit complicated because some of our work is very much under an investigative cone of silence. And so there's a little bit of balancing to do between the things we can't talk about at all and the things that we shout from the rooftops. But we have a very active digital media presence. We have, for the first time in recent years, we've had signs in English and Spanish on buses and trains with contact information and QR codes. We also do a great deal of in-person outreach. And I think this is just about showing up. We literally show up with a table and brochures at farmers markets and ward nights and town halls and subway platforms and all of the other places where Chicagoans aggregate. I think that, and then I will also say we map those efforts. Chicago is very much a city of neighborhoods. City services and challenges faced by residents look very different in some parts of the city than others. And so we try to be very mindful of spreading our outreach around geographically. So we have a variety of these different digital, traditional media and in-person outreach events. We then map them. We try to make sure that we're distributing them appropriately geographically.
Thank you. Madam Chair, how am I doing for time? I think I'm probably out of time at this stage.
Okay, you can do 2 more questions.
Oh, 2 more questions. Okay. I'm curious about, do you have an Illinois Inspector General?
We do. We are lucky enough to have many colleagues. So we have a state of Illinois Inspector General. There are a number of state agencies which have an Inspector General, and then there are a number of sister agencies of the city which have their own Inspectors General. So Chicago Public Schools has its own Inspector General, City Colleges of Chicago, the Chicago Park District, etc. Back to the crowded soccer field. So yes, so we have many layers of oversight, many IG entities kind of in the orbit.
I can see Councillor Mejia's mind just going, woo!
Yeah, and too bad you got 2 questions.
There's a few groups on that list that we'd like to be more, have more diligent inspection of. And you don't have an equivalent agency. Well, so you do in some of that assortment of other agencies. You don't have a sort of a FinCom, sort of a finance commission entity that does a similar sort of IG work.
We don't have something like a FinCom, although I will say, worth noting that the distinction between performance auditing and financial auditing, I think, is an important one to make. So we do performance auditing. We do not do any financial auditing. Yeah. So we don't audit the city's books. There is a city entity which is at least nominally charged with doing that. We don't, frankly, have a huge amount of operational overlap with them because we don't do financial auditing.
So a performance auditing, can you give me, just for those who are watching, what sort of an example of performance auditing do you do?
Performance auditing that we do is Yellow Book compliant, and it is really guided by risk assessments around efficiency and effectiveness. So in our performance audits, we are looking at whether operations of city government are working as well as they should, whether there is waste involved, and whether we are providing services equitably to Chicagoans.
Yeah, that's good. I think I have run out of time, so thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Braden. I do have a couple of questions. I do want to, I want to confirm, because all of this is compelling, Your enabling legislation, do you live within city statute or state statute?
City ordinance.
City ordinance, okay. And we talk about the rules and making sure that you know, holding city actors accountable when they break the rules. What are those rules? Because you talked about yellow book compliant. If you could elaborate on that, I would hate for us to go down this road where this is utilized and weaponized for any instance where people feel like they have been wronged or they don't disagree or they don't agree on a certain thing. And so what are those rules and where do they live? If you want to just reference them, I'm happy to just look them up myself on Google.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. So the yellow book is auditing standards. Those are professional standards that we comply with. In terms of the rules to which we hold city actors accountable, it depends a little bit on which population under our jurisdiction we are talking about. All city employees and officials are subject to the city's ethics ordinance. So that is one set of rules. Non-official city employees are subject to the city's personnel rules. And then different city departments also have various department-specific sets of policies. So our administrative investigations look at potential violations of some collection of those standards: the ethics ordinance, the personnel rules, various department-specific policies. Our criminal investigations obviously are targeted at potential violations of either state or federal criminal law.
Okay, thank you for that. And within your enabling legislation, do you have, or has there been any amendments about protecting against retaliation?
Yes.
For folks in the event that somebody, okay.
Yes.
Has that been effective for you?
Well, I think, I don't know. I think, and I hesitate a little bit because I think there are widespread and frankly well-founded fears about retaliation in city government here. We have both within OIG's enabling ordinance and within the city's ethics ordinance, there is what amounts to whistleblower protection that has a number of different dimensions. It is against the law to retaliate against someone for making a complaint to us, as well as to retaliate against someone for cooperating in an OIG investigation. Those rules are really important. Again, we have recently, I think, taken a much more serious approach to enforcing those rules. I can't say that has eliminated fears about retaliation in city government. I think, you know, that's a slow ship to turn around as well. But we do have rules on the books to protect people against retaliation.
And that's incredible that you just referenced whistleblower protections. IG Shapiro mentioned them earlier, so that's something that we can look to and hope to replicate here in Boston.
I'm glad to get the right answer.
Yeah. Please, your answers have been incredible. So that's it for me. I think Councilor Mejia, you had your hand up earlier. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. And I know that your time is limited and we still have a few more panelists to go. And I also want to be mindful of everyone's time and everyone's patience. But I'm really curious, and I know Councilor Breeden and I both really lit up when you named all of the different departments, because in our mind, we believe every single entity, including the Boston Public Schools, they don't even have an auditing division. Like, you know, you want to talk about just the black hole, that's where we go to try to figure out where our money went. But I'm just curious, do you have any role with the Chicago Public Schools? Do you have jurisdiction over them, or is that a different entity? And do you at any point interface with them in some ways to lever more power?
It's a different entity. So there is an Inspector General for Chicago Public Schools. And so we do not have jurisdiction over the schools. They do not fall under our kind of jurisdictional umbrella. Now, we certainly do interface with that office. We certainly do work together. As you might imagine, there are situations where jurisdictional landscapes collide here, where we have like a number of different people involved in something that has gone wrong, or there's some sort of programmatic deficit that involves the city and the schools. So we work closely with all of those entities. And our ordinance also provides very clear authority for information sharing, kind of alongside our confidentiality obligations. We have explicit authority to share information with other inspectors general. That's important too. I will say, in terms of thinking about what comes under which oversight umbrella, the interest to balance here, I think, there is something to be said for consolidated oversight, because you can kind of see everything at one time. There is some advantage in consistency. That's a good thing. I will also say that local knowledge, operationally specific knowledge, is vitally important to effective oversight. And so, you know, Chicago Public Schools is a very different operation than, for example, the Department of Streets and Sanitation. And there is something to be said for subject matter focused oversight entities. I think that's an important balance to strike.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. And then my last question is, as we continue to move through this process, there are a lot of folks who think that there is really no need. That the city council is the oversight body of the administration. And, I've been trying to help people understand that even the city council needs oversight, that this is really about how municipal government is working or not working for the constituents that we serve. And so I guess my question to you, since you have all the best answers here, is what would you say to someone that says, oh, there is no need, that's what the Boston City Council is there for, is to be the checks and balances of the administration? What potential powers or functions you have that is specifically different than the Boston City Council?
I think that this sort of goes back to the independence, which is the hallmark of IG work. We cannot expect institutions to effectively police themselves. And so the independence of the oversight and accountability entity, I think, is critical. There's this saying, you should dance like nobody's watching. People should dance like nobody's watching. People should govern like somebody is. I think it is to everyone's advantage to be confident that there is an independent entity in city government watching how things go. And I think if we get to a place where we have solved all the misconduct problems and all there is for us to do is the kind of transparency work, then we will have won. I will say I don't see that on the immediate horizon. I don't see ourselves working ourselves out of business anytime soon.
Thank you. Okay, thank you for that. And I know Councilor Coletta, Councilor Breeden has her hand up again.
I know.
Go ahead, Councilor Breeden.
It's a quick one. I'm just thinking about the structure of your city government administration. In Boston, we have an Office of Budget Management, but it has been an Office of Performance Management in the past, but that title has sort of slipped away. And in Chicago, do you have that sort of Office of Budget Management type role that, that's a sort of a function of the city government, but that you would also be overseeing as well?
We have exactly that. We have an Office of Budget Management, which is under the Office of the Mayor. They come under our oversight jurisdiction as well.
Okay. There's a lot of tentacles here. Thank you for your time this afternoon. It's been very interesting.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much for coming. We super appreciate it. You're always welcome back to your home. We will open up the doors with open arms.
I appreciate the invitation again, and I will just say very quickly, oversight is a team sport, and we have very productive, very fruitful relationships with our colleagues in other cities, and we are more than happy to help talk anytime as you all continue to work on this project. Please let us know.
Thank you. I appreciate your partnership.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
And we do have community folks who have been very patient, so thank you so much. We have Lori Radwin, Diane Valley, and Marlon Solomon. Council Mejia, whatever your preferred order is, we can go from there.
Let's do Diane Valley, and then Lori and Marlon are coming in together as a team, so they'll go together to end us off.
Okay. Welcome, Diane. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations, Gabriella. And thank you so much for everybody on this call. I must say, I am overwhelmed and grateful for this hearing. I think it's an amazing opportunity that you've provided, that these other inspector generals have been able to inform how effective an inspector general can be in the governance of our city. And I heard over and over again about transparency and independence and fairness and honesty, and then it makes sense. And I also heard that there is no harm to redundancy, that in fact it is a good thing to have oversight and that it's a team sport. So I, for this moment this afternoon, am uplifted that there is a possibility that our city of Boston could serve our people in a more fruitful way. And I encourage all of you to really take this and run with it, because our city needs this. We've got a lot going on, and we don't have the oversight that we need, that other cities are benefiting by. So thank you, Councilor Gabriella, for hosting us, and thank you, Councilor Mejia and Tanya Fernandez Anderson and Worrell for making this possible. And I hope that you all take this very seriously and that we can congratulate you and celebrate together. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane, proud Charlestown resident. All right, we have Lori Radwin and Marlon Solomon.
Good afternoon. We have some slides. I don't know who's going to post them. Ethan was going to do it. If that's still, oh, wow, awesome. So we're here to testify in support of the ordinance. Some of what we're going to say is a good summary of what we've heard so far. And my friend Diane really said it well, that this is an exciting moment. So thank you to the makers and to the committee chair Zapeta for holding the hearing. Next slide, please. So we're going to talk about a couple of principles of the Inspector General, and one of them is accountability. And we are going to be using examples from one of the city agencies with gravity and respect, because the topic really invites some insights and understanding of what could be better. So accountability requires, in part, measurable outcomes that can be publicly monitored, along with the data to support these outcomes. And the BPDA, in its Squares and Streets initiative, has put together an engagement template to their credit, but it's all process, and there's not any outcome measures that we can really gauge the success of their community engagement with. We've put forth, our organizations have put forth a revision that they would hope they would consider, but it's not yet been implemented. So having an IG who encourages measurable outcomes that can be monitored could be very important in this regard. The next slide, please. Efficiency is an important responsibility of the IG, and coalition members, the printed press journalists have described the activities and events for Squares and Streets as unhelpful or worse. And these events have been staffed at times by 7 to 10 planners and administrators, along with a lot of community members' involvement. And we could say that these attendees' time was not spent in the most fruitful way. And in a sense, the city's been wasteful of resources. So this kind of waste could be quantified by an IG, and the IG could support efforts to reduce the waste in terms of community engagement. Next slide, please. So equity. Equity is fairness, and it is very important to an audit function. The IG can assure metrics that are monitored and maintained, and as the previous speakers who are IGs from different cities have explained, lifting up recommendations that are then followed through. And these are the metrics of who's been engaged in Rosendale as of May 24 in Squares and Streets. So although we're 24.5% Latinx, the Latinx participation has only been 6%. We're 19 to 20% African American Black, and yet the participation in Squares and Streets activities has been around 4.2%. Our Rosendale community is 47.4% white, and yet the white participation has been 86%. These are disturbing. And it's the responsibility of our city to reach out and engage the people who comprise our communities. And so an IG role could have ongoing metrics like these should be monitored, suggestions for improvements made, recommendations made, and then followed through, so that we really, in something as important as rezoning, our community is represented in its engagement. And now Marlon is going to talk some more about equity. Marlon? You may still be on mute. Oh, we lost Marlon. Okay.
No, I'm here. So guys, I apologize. I was in a location for the most part, but I had to go to another meeting that started at 5. So now I'm in my car. So just apologize for that. But yeah, and then the next slide, please. So yeah, for those who don't know me, my name is Marlon Solomon. I'm the founder, senior project engineer at the African Agriculture Initiative, a local nonprofit here in Boston. Do a lot of research and development on systems and projects within the communities. We work in underserved multicultural communities. I'm also on the community input board of Hyde Park, and I'm here to support provide testimony in support of the ordinance 0645, establishing the Office of Inspector General. I want to start by saying that understanding our shared history and the infrastructural legacy that continues to create inequity, waste, and inefficiency in the services rendered by our city will be probably the primary mandate of our this proposed office. The IG is a key infrastructural step to a more equitable landscape where all people of Boston can share in the beloved community that we're trying to build. Our work at ACI allows us to rattle off, an extensive list of infrastructural inequity, lack of understanding of Boston multicultural makeup, and challenges the underserved communities of Boston face. But today we're going to talk about, in particular, what's going on with Squares and Streets, the rezoning initiative that Lori shared some data on, which is having major communication issues with the communities that we live in, that we organize in, and in effect, the tax dollars expended on behalf of all Bostonians are only being heard and responded to by some Bostonians, as Laurie's data clearly shows. When you think of diversity, equity, and inclusion, and particular cultural diversity, equity, and inclusion in Boston, finding ways to communicate is one of our major priorities here in Boston. And we feel like, what are the more effective and less wasteful ways that we can do this? We feel the IG can handle this. The first is issue I'll talk about in regards to the resort is that seems to be there a lot of deficiencies in the multicultural understanding, as well as the ignorance of some of the historical exclusionary practices that I think was spoken to earlier in regards to the lack of trust that the community already has in regards to the way we interact with government, in communities of color in particular, a lot of apathy, whatever we say, whatever we do is not going to count. And these are big barriers that need to be addressed in any movement forward, because we're not getting the tax dollars, money being spent properly in our community. Experiential knowledge, making available resources and providing support to better access the wealth of knowledge that exists within the communities, in regard that the government serves. So Boston has a very active community engagement scene for decades, like the canceled highways through, that were stopped through community activism. We have a lot of experience in how the last zoning efforts were done. These were actually misquoted or not properly referenced during the initial Squares and Streets rollout. The Squares and Street rollout actually had some hiccups where they found something and it was like a few days later they wanted a response. All these things, right? And also making people that have been involved in a lot of these experiences, they have not been heard, and they're like the ones that were here before the BPDA employees, with much of which are, I've heard comments of them being young or inexperienced or transplants, not really from Boston. So they don't even know the history of the communities that they're trying to engage with, which already starts a process of mistrust, which makes it a higher threshold for the government to meet in order to communicate and get things actually. And then finally, the infrastructure disparities, and I'm going to talk about a few of them now. But the need is for more user-friendly platforms and online engagement, for more suitable to the lifestyles that exist in these underserved communities. For instance, people are working 60 hours a week to pay rent, to do other things. If you're going to have, meetings at certain times, and where people could be taking care of their kids or whatever, that's going to cause a problem. And then also the kind of online infrastructures that require a level of online literacy that now basically serves as to exclude certain populations that may not understand English, or maybe they're elderly and not, understanding a lot of how to use these technologies. And then I think I think we talked about this, which was mentioned earlier by some of the other IGs, that the siloed government organizations makes it very confusing for us to, know who to talk to. You have to know the whole landscape to get something done. So you can go to the next slide, and I try to rush this a little quick. So these are screenshots from digging inside the BPDA website. It has all the relevant information there, but you have to dig for it. It's not like just easily accessible. You have to get an email. You have to sign up for Calendly, which, I use Calendly, and I know many of the people I work with are like, oh, how do I use this? Because it's all new technology. So these are some of the barriers that now face that this is, like I said, very good if you look at it, but only certain people in a certain kind of silo would respond to this. Next slide, please. Finally, and I think this one is probably says the most, this is the visioning platform, Miro, that the Squares and Streets is using to engage to get people's vision and what their communities would eventually look like. I'm a civil engineer. This looks like civil engineering design software. And I haven't really even been able to get my mind around it. Well, I didn't want to put too much effort into it. I wanted to be like an average user, but this is kind of what we face. And these are some of the infrastructural things that now don't get the information that we need back to, City Hall or wherever. So what the IG can do, and we've mentioned some of these things, establish clear metrics of success. Like we are trying to say, okay, what do you consider community engagement? I look at Lori's data that she presented. That to me does not represent effective community engagement, because the communities that will be drastically affected by these changes, as many things are, like including COVID and other things. Communities underserved multicultural communities are usually the ones that get the brunt, but they don't have a lot to say. And they don't get a lot of time for education to get. So what are the clear communications? Regular evaluation, implementing a system, of course, regular review and outreach to effectively see how things are done. I was actually glad to see the Chicago IG mention something along those lines. And then, of course, the IG would create infrastructure to continuously monitor community feedback. Accountability is also, of course, very important that the IG would be in charge of, to ensure that these justice strategies are actually being implemented. As far as long-term goals, and I'm sorry to keep us long, but I just wanted to make sure I get all what I wrote down there. But there's a lot of inefficiencies, and like I said, multiple prongs of governmental agencies dealing with a lot of overlap. There needs to be more streamlining, even if it's just of messaging. So we're not getting a bunch of different messages from a bunch of different groups, and then we now have to decipher it. I think another very important thing, and I think the Chicago IG said this again, focusing on community-based organizations like the Community Input Board of Hyde Park, or like my organization, Lori's organization. There's so many organizations that already have a following, already have a group of people that we are serving. Rather than trying to direct people directly, we should be doing a long-term strategy where Hyde Park is going to be there in 20, 30, 40, 100 years. We should be developing infrastructure so that long-term, when we have something we want to communicate, we already have something established, not like we're coming out every time we roll out a new program to now come out with a new way of engaging the public. And then finally, I think obviously we need to evaluate what these CBOs are doing to make sure that the community, that whatever resources or supports is provided. And I do want to highlight one thing. We hosted, and I believe up to date, I'm not sure, don't quote me, but up to date, we had a meeting, we organized a meeting with Community Input Board and some other neighborhood organizations around the city. And we had Chief Jemison from the BPDA, and we had Mayor Wu there. We had about 300 people. And we had a second one that had about 140 something people. And I don't believe any of the visioning sessions or anything has garnered that amount of people, right, at one place during, our busy Boston times. And I think these are the kind of proofs that I think the IG would be looking at and saying, well, maybe this is the way to go, rather than trying to do a central, from the center sort of approach. So we're ready to go. We have problems that we need to deal with right now, and we don't have the support to do it. So even though we know the IG is a problem that will come down in the future and, years ahead before maybe this actually gets actualized, we have these problems now. We're dealing with it now. We need your support now. So thank you so much for giving us this opportunity to share our concerns of our community. Shake show.
Thank you very much, Marlon, for the comprehensive presentation, and Lori as well. I'll pass it over to Councilor Mejia for any comments, thoughts, suggestions. And unfortunately, we did lose Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, who had to jump to a next commitment, but she said that she would come back if we were still on.
Yeah, so I don't know how I feel about y'all doing a whole PowerPoint presentation, trying to hijack my IG situation here, but it's all good. I appreciate you all trying to use all your levers to get your voices heard. So thank you. But and Laurie and Marlon, I know this probably will be difficult for you all, but I'm going to challenge y'all to answer the questions without going into your very specific issue that you want to utilize this, and which you've already done with the PowerPoint presentation.
Yeah, no problem.
But I want to move away from that just a little bit, and I want Ms. Valley for you to also come back into the mix. And Luis Elisa, I'm so glad that you're still here. You're probably not even here. You just got your camera on. Let me turn on your camera, Luis, see if you're still here. But because we have a lot of this work, I want to keep going back to the fact that for us, yes, efficiency, accountability, all of those things are really important to the integrity of what we're trying to do here. I really want to hear from a community standpoint in terms of an office of IG, what types of I wouldn't say reports, but how do you envision like an advisory committee? What role would the community play in identifying who is selected, the functions that they will have? Kind of like, if you can walk me through what an oversight advisory committee would look like, what would be your ideal? Like, what does that look like for you? Because just so you know, the whole idea is that the oversight committee has a role in its community center, that there is definitely someone who gets appointed, but there is a role for community to have a voice, to have oversight, to guide, and to help oversee. And so this goes back to who oversees the overseers, right? I think that an independent body of community advisors can play that role, but I'm just curious, how do you envision a makeup like that? What would be some of the best practices and things that you would want us to consider?
Oh, I'll jump in first if you like, and I'll be brief because I really like hearing from my other community leaders. But what I heard today is the kind of rapport that as a citizen, I would like to be engaged in, where you can actually have a legitimate conversation and have people listen to new ideas and actually be engaged in doing something different and doing something better and doing something that other cities have done. Nothing's perfect, but we know what we're doing here in Boston is not working. And I know the council hears every single day from the community in every one of our neighborhoods that we are not being heard. So just having an inspector general would give us a platform where we would be heard, and then we would have another mechanism to influence whatever agency it is that we're working with. And I'm sure you all know which one is my favorite to be heard from, that we could maybe break this cycle that we have been working with for decades and actually launch Boston into a better Boston, where people are happy about living here. I know that Sharon Durkin said that she was going off to Copenhagen, and Copenhagen is a UNESCO city, and people are happy. And if you poll people now, you will know that they're not happy. So to be heard is one way to be happy. So I'll pass this on to the other community members, but I applaud you for having this hearing today, conducting it the way it was. It's informative. I'm telling the respect of the council went up considerably, and I hope this is the kind of governance that we can see more of.
All right, Laurie and Marlon, y'all up next.
Marlon, would you like to go first or shall I?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so one of the things I think in choosing the oversight committee members, the advisory panel, is, and I've heard it repeated by people like Martin Romer and others, that we really know our communities the best. So when you're choosing, selecting people for the panels and the oversight board, depending on the task at hand, knowing your community and how any given policy, procedure, change is going to affect it is critically important. And only the people who live in the community can really offer you that. So I think it's not even necessarily years of time in any given residence. It's how active are you in community? What are your affinity groups? How well do you know folks that you can go to and say, you know, if we change this, what's going to happen to you? What's going to happen to your business? And that would be my advice, Councilor Mejia, in terms of how you go about selecting people.
Thank you. Marlon?
I'd say that, selection of people, obviously, I think the representation is very important. Expertise is very important. And institutional knowledge of the environment is also very important. But I also think that the infrastructure, well, the structure in which that system meets and, shares information and accountability is also important, because I mentioned that meeting we had with Mayor Wu and Chief Jemison. We organized it. I believe you may get Councilor Mejia, you were there as well. We don't have the resources and the time and effort to organize these things, in the kind of frequency that will get the results that we need. So we need people that are, engaged in the community. So when we're selecting these people, they understand that that is important, and they are giving the tools to succeed. Because, we can select all the best people, but if we don't have some of the, the infrastructure to help get this information from our community members, I fear it would all be to naught. But I definitely think that, having this process, I was thinking about what your question about elected versus appointed and how that goes. And I don't know if I have any definitive answers to it, but I do think that what she described with all the checks and balances, you have to kind of start these things and get them started before you can really, like somebody said on the fly, it was the Philadelphia IG that said something about doing things on the fly to figure things out. But I would recommend that obviously the independence of the AIG now, it's not really independent, and we get a lot of pushback and causes divisions within our community. So something the independent, I think is very important.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that. And I don't think that Fatima is still with us, but I know that she has been a really strong voice in making sure that that we have infrastructure in place. And I always talk about who oversees the overseer. I think that that's really key to this whole process in order to maintain the integrity of what we're trying to do here. So I really do appreciate your insight and perspective. And I also want to name that the Finance Commission, they have a very specific role to play in the government accountability and transparency of what an IG would do. But when it comes to the performance and also the programming and all those other things that we are always talking about, there is really no body and literally nobody, not like nobody, but like there's not a formal space. Nobody. All right, you know what I mean? To that really helps us with the balance of that. And I'm gonna, I know Councilor Breeden is on deck to ask questions, but I just think that it's really important to underscore that this is not we didn't propose this with the goal of saying this commission is not doing what they need to do. The audit, committee is not doing it. The Shapiro, it's not about that. It is about what is this moment calling us to do, and how can we look at all of the levers that we have at our disposal? How can we work with the Finance Commission? Maybe do we give them more powers? Maybe we give them more money in their budget so that they could be a part of this overall transparency work that we're trying to do. So it's not in conflict with, but it's in complement of. And I think that the problem that I see when we're trying to pass legislation here is that people get into their heads that there's only one way of doing work. And I feel like I didn't come here to play an old playbook, right? I'm here to try to update systems to meet the 21st century. And some of that requires us really thinking outside the box and figuring out what that looks like. And that's what I'm really hoping that my colleagues will get from this discussion here today, is that really is how do we make government work better for the people, and doing so with honest reflection. So thank you all for providing some insight. Councilor Braden, I know I've taken up a lot more time than Councilor Coletta will probably. I made up for the last time that you got more time than me, so just so you know, I pay back.
No trouble.
I thank you, Councilor Mejia. Councilor Braden, if you have any, we can use this as closing remarks.
I came into this hearing this afternoon knowing that I was going to have to leave and come back again, just with a listening mode, just to learn more, because I do feel that we need more teeth, more oversight in certain sectors, and to modernize our systems so that people, our residents, have confidence in city government. And I think we work with what we've got, but it might time to innovate and change. So I was very impressed with the panels. Thank you, Councillor Mejia, for your choice of folks to come in and talk with us. And I think I look forward to the working session, because I think we have a lot more details to get into. As the IG from Chicago said, it's important to sort of get it right. We can't sort of fly it and fix it at the same time. We have to try and come out of the box with a well thought out plan that will work, and that we have identified all the potential pitfalls, and we can certainly draw on the experience of all these other amazing people. And whether or not we decide to go ahead with this idea, we'll do due diligence on how to make sure it works. And thank you to the community advocates here this afternoon. Your voice is so important in this. I feel community. That's where I sprung from. I think your concern about how government is or isn't working for your communities. That's how you end up in jobs like this. So be careful. So anyway, I'm seeing my batteries running low on my iPad, and thank you all for the time, and thank you, Councillor Coletta Zapata, for chairing this afternoon. I have to get used to that double-barreled name now. But thank you all for your participation. I really look forward to a really robust working sessions to see if we can work this through.
Yeah, and I thank you so much for that. I don't want to belabor the point. I just want to thank everybody again. Just express gratitude to the makers, the co-sponsor, AG Campbell, for her wisdom in proposing something like this in 2019. And I do think that there is a pathway forward. Where I'm concerned, of course, there's going to be duplicative efforts, but where I'm concerned is where it wastes taxpayer dollars. So I do want to avoid that as best as I can. I think that we owe that to the residents of Boston. And so figuring out a way to enact this without wasting taxpayer dollars, or not wasting it, but duplicating efforts. And I think that there's definitely more work to do. I think there's additional language that we have to consider, especially about the whistleblower protection. I was already looking up Chicago's municipal code to figure out what we can mirror, what we can take, what we can work with, and then also look forward to hearing back from IG Shapiro about some of the data that we had asked for about his caseload and average investigations that happen per year, and what he's considering in terms of additions or subtractions from this language. So it's been a really great, robust conversation. I don't know if we still have public testimony, but we want to provide that for people. Great. So I think we have Matt Cahill has been on.
Yes.
Okay, I just saw this, has been on from the City of Boston Finance Commission. So if we can elevate him to panelist, that would be great. And we also have Richard Iannella on. So Matthew, you can go first, and then we'll bring it over to Richard Iannella.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Cahill. We can hear you and also see you. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Let me introduce myself. My name is Matt Cahill. I've been with the Executive Director of the Finance Commission for about 15 years now. Been here for a total of 26 years. I started as an analyst with kind of a little bit of trepidation what the job was. I worked in private industry, working for an international corporation, being a client consultant, and heard about this job. Jeff Conley was the director at the time. He was an excellent public servant and an excellent mentor to me. So the reason I stayed on was because he was here. He really cared about the city of Boston and how it was functioning. For those who don't know, the Finance Commission is an independent watchdog agency with a mission to report fraud, waste, and abuse. We do derive our funding from the city of Boston coffers. The office does have subpoena powers as well, which is something a lot of people don't understand. We very rarely use them because just the threat of a subpoena generally is enough to get the information that we're looking for. And I do understand a lot of the frustration I'm hearing from people today about collecting data from different city agencies. We do have those battles ourselves, but generally it takes a little longer, but we do get them, but I do understand it and I sympathize. If I can give you a little bit of insight as to what we do on a daily basis and then some of our special projects. So on a daily basis, we review all the unadvertised contracts the city of Boston puts out. Last year, that totaled 597 contracts with a value of about $800 million, and it's important to keep in mind we have a staff of 3 here, and I include myself in that because it has to be boots on the ground for this to work well. We also we review contracts that are being rejected for various reasons. We contact originating departments and offer resources to help employees get their jobs done properly and well. The FinCom also receives and investigates complaints. We offer anonymity to anybody who is offering a complaint to us because we don't want any repercussions going back to them. This week alone, we probably had 3 complaints from employees. Should be pretty good to know that a lot of these complaints are unfounded. We'll research them. Sometimes they will have some background to them. I'll contact the department heads if those can be resolved at a very local level. They don't require reports, they require corrections. One of our biggest motivations here is to make sure the government's operating completely and clean and transparent. If we can do that with a phone call, that's fantastic. We also work with the Office of the Inspector General and the Attorney Generals. We have launched our own website this year, which I personally paid for to maintain independence. That can be found at bostonfincom.com for those who want to go out and take a look at it. Our admin, Dom, actually posts to it and takes care of it for us, so we do it all in-house. Responding to Councilor Mayhew, you discussed proactive investigations. So just a few examples. We were greatly involved in the Winthrop Square garage sale a few years ago. The BRA was trying to take the property at the time. We told them we needed to put out for bid. They kind of fought us a little bit. We did an investigative project and found out that the building had been appraised as a parking garage between $25 and $40 million, when clearly what was going to go up was a high-rise. We gave testimony to the city council at that point saying that after doing an investigation on the values of properties for in that area and the height restrictions due to FAA restrictions, the property would be worth over $100 million, which the BRA director at the time told us absolutely not, testified in front of your council saying that's not true. The building sold for $151 million, that lot. All that money goes back to the city coffers. Again, our $330,000 budget was not even close to that at that point. Additionally, we investigated an air conditioning contract with the school department. They put it out as a $1.2 million contract and requiring a general contractor certification. After looking into it, we found out the contract was actually an estimated $11.2 million contract and required an electrician's certification. We called up the Attorney General's office. They supported our findings. The original bid came in at over $9 million. The second bid, as a result, came in at $7 million, saving $2 million for the city of Boston. Those are all proactive reports that we put together. A third thing that you need to know that we do is we look into payments to vendors. We get complaints from vendors all the time that the city is not paying the contracts on time. We found through one of the vendors that the Boston Public Schools was actually using another vendor contract and charging a 15% fee to pay a first vendor so that we wouldn't find out they weren't paying their bills in a timely manner. We put that up to the Inspector General's office. It was found the gentleman that was in charge of it no longer works for the city of Boston. We also got additional legal authorities asking us for our notes and our findings, which we gratefully hand off. We are very happy to share data. That's what good government does. I think anytime anybody in your department or any other department in the city wants information, we work for the public. That information is public. That is why we exist. We will investigate and report and let the chips fall where they may. One of the important things that we utilize in our jobs here is the media. When we have issues that don't seem to get in play, we will release reports to the media, and we will have the chips fall where they may in the public realm, and that's important. I think it's really important for the taxpayers of the city to know what's going on, know where their money's going, and that the people who work for the taxpayers here have to realize the money's not coming out of a tree. This is their money. They have every right to know where that money is going, that we are spending it with caution, and that we are trying to get the best prices to get the products they need for their city to survive well. To address one issue that came up during this hearing, we do both performance and financial auditing. We have to. We're a small agency. Almost everything goes back to finances in the city. So when we do performance auditing, we are looking towards what this costs the taxpayers. And I think just to kind of close on this, we've heard a lot of people discussing that we work with them. I think it's imperative that we work with other people. You have to let other agencies know we are not a legal entity. If someone does something illegal, we hand that off to the police. If we feel like something is further going on that needs further investigation, we hand it off to the Attorney General and the Inspector General. Anybody who works for the city should be doing the same thing. And I feel that you've got a few examples of what we do. We are completely independent. I can honestly say, when people start talking about the city, it sometimes frustrates me because we have 19,000 employees in the city of Boston. And of all the investigations we complete on employees doing the wrong thing, a vast majority of them are untrue. Most people just want to come to the city, work hard, do the job, collect their paycheck, and go home at the end of the day. And I think that we're finding that's true, but the ones that, the cream rises to the top, hopefully, the good ones are making the city work well, and the bad ones getting more press. So we're not out for the press release, we're out to make sure the city operates at highly functioning, being respectful of the taxpayers.
Thank you, Mr. Cahill, for your testimony. Just a quick question. So there was conversation about the Boston Finance Committee's role and what you do. And just to be clear, you do not investigate administrative and criminal investigations as well as program and policy work identifying inefficiencies. It's just strictly to financial auditing.
No, that would be incorrect. We actually do investigate we have oversight over every department in the city of Boston, believe it or not. A lot of times it's administrative, but most of, like anything else, it comes down to financial because you are utilizing taxpayer federal funding. So right now we requested information on ESSER funding. We also have somebody filing a complaint that someone's using a contract with the city of Boston that was not being utilized the way it's supposed to be. So that would come down to an administrative issue. And just to let you know, over the course of the last couple of years and through our meeting notes, you'll notice it, we have been kind of observing the bike lanes when they go in, how much money it costs to put them in, how they're operating. That's a policy issue throughout the city. We get a lot of complaints on it. It doesn't mean it's wrong or it's right, but I think it deserves some inspection. So we go out and we take notes, we take some video, we watch it. We're watching to see how it evolves. So that's a policy issue that we're currently investigating. We've been doing so for about 2 years now.
Okay, and thank you. And so I'm happy to hear that there's some investigations in bike lanes and all of that and ESSER funding. And so, my question is, I think for some of the larger scandals that have happened in the city of Boston, thinking about the bribery case that happened in the BPDA, for example, where the associate director of real estate was eventually charged. I mean, what was the Boston Finance Commission role in that, if any?
So we did not have a role directly in that. And generally speaking, what will happen is if another agency has picked up an investigation and it becomes their investigation, if they ask us to provide any information that we can possibly help along the investigation, we'll give it to them. But the person who's the lead on that will take it and run with it. We have had situations where we've run investigations at the same time as other agencies. We believe in information sharing. It's not about getting the credit here, it's about getting things to operate well. So, if some other agency produces a report and that corrects the problem, or the person gets put, up on charges, we don't need the credit for that as long as they understand that we're helping out whenever we can.
Okay, and what is the, at what point, like, what are your decisions? How do you make the decision to get involved in something? Like, when I think about some of the things that are happening in the city of Boston and trying to understand what the role of a potential new entity would be for criminal investigations or policy and program work, there's been discussion about expanding your role, and I apologize, but and maybe it's just because you and I haven't talked, I haven't really seen the City of Boston's Finance Commission's work being put out there. And so it's good to hear from you, and it's good to see you and meet you virtually. But I guess at what point do you get involved? How did you get involved in looking at ESSER funds and bike lanes and all of that, rather than some of these other larger scandals that the City of Boston has seen?
So, the decision essentially comes down to me. So we have to prioritize. We get a lot of information, the unadvertised contracts, some of the other contracts we review. So sometimes it's generated from a news story. We might see that they reported on something in the press, that the angle that we're looking at is more worried about the taxpayers in the city of Boston than the story itself is in the newspaper. So sometimes we'll pick up on that. To be honest, prioritizing comes down to a couple of things. Number one is can we make a quick hit now, effective policy that may not be working well or save money for the taxpayers? Those become a priority to get something done quickly. There are also long-term things that you look at, say, policies to see over time how they're affecting taxpayers, how much they're costing. So it really comes down to, 26 years of experience. It becomes a common sense approach, which sounds very normal, but unfortunately, government is not really big on common sense a lot of times. So we will start pushing the envelope for information, and sometimes it's just as simple as asking for that information to affect the change because someone knows you're looking, and sometimes it requires you to do the research project, write a report. I know the Inspector General had mentioned the Boston school bus transportation issue recently. That was something that we had taken up and actually wrote a letter to the Inspector General saying they put this bid out wrong and they restricted the amount of bidders who were coming in because they put this language within the bid that said someone had to have, I believe it was so many different contracts of so many different size cities around the country, and nobody else could have bid that contract. So we objected to that, and the Inspector General looked it up. The concerns were that if they stopped the contract at that point, there would be no bus services for the year. And really what that speaks to is then put the contract out sooner, so when you make mistakes like this, there can be corrections that would save taxpayers money without affecting the kids' schools. So,
okay, thank you. And what is your enabling legislation?
Excuse me?
What is your enabling legislation?
My enabling legislation, is that what you said?
Yeah.
Where I stand on it?
No, so because I'm trying to find in the Boston Municipal Code right now.
It's in state legislation.
Okay, it's state legislation. Okay. And how much do you make per year?
About $123,000.
122. Okay. And what does your staff look like?
I have one admin named Dominique Mathis and an investigator named Michael Levangi.
Okay. And how are you different than the city auditor?
So the auditor is mainly focused just on finances. We focus on just about anything that the city does, whether it be, hiring, it could be administrative, it could be how they're putting in paving, like we've had paving reports on how much money we've spent on paving contracts. So we have a very wide range of what we look at. The only thing that we look at from the standpoint is what's best for the taxpayers of the city of Boston. So I think the auditor really focuses on the financials, making sure the numbers are all add up. We focus on common sense, you know, what's right. We've protected people who work for the city of Boston from being, you know, terrorized if they have some problem with what's going on in the department. We operate on a level that's kind of way grander than what the auditor would be looking at.
Okay, and how many reports do you send out per year?
It depends on the year. So we do contracts. Some of the contracts require mini reports on them. So I think last year, probably 4 long-term reports. I'd have to look. And we also run fiscal year when we do the reports. So it's a little different. But the reports are mentioned on our website, thebostonfincom.com, and you can take the last 2 years of annual reports.
Okay, because I'm just looking through right now. I only have one from 2020, and then 2023.
Yeah, we just started putting it together, so we're, you know, the meeting minutes and everything else will start going on there as we go forward. But I can present that to you. I'll bring over the annual reports and any of the reports that we've been doing, and you can take a look and have any questions you need. I can certainly come over and talk to.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Cahill. Councilman Hare, thank you so much for indulging me. I had a flurry of questions.
No, I appreciate that. Like a good chair, Councilor Coletta Zapata is always there. But wait, Mr. Cahill, I do have questions too. So you mentioned, how long have you been in this position?
I've been with the Finance Commission for 26 years, but I was working as an analyst when I first came in, and I took over as director in 2009.
Okay, 2009. So almost 12, 13 years, right?
Long time.
Long time. And so I will say, just for transparency's sake, is that I do remember you stopped by my office when I first was elected, very similar to how you interacted with Councilor Breeden. I think you came in, you gave me your card, you let me know that you exist in this world, and I was like, yes, and then COVID came and, you know, we never had to interact. So I want to just acknowledge that I do remember the brief interaction and encounter that our office had with you. But I'm curious because that was such a quick interaction, and hearing you, you know, talk about all of this that you have done and continue to do for the city. I don't ever remember seeing you or interacting with you in a official capacity, like a hearing or any other formal way of really what accountability could look like. And I'm just curious about that. Like, you know, it seems like an office that has done a lot in the city, but doesn't get a lot of sunshine, you know, like there's not a lot, you know, we don't know about your body of work per se. And Councilor Coletta, I think that, yes, I understand the way that these hearings happen when we, you know, the first hearing that we have on an ordinance that introduces a hearing, and then we transition into working sessions. And I feel like this hearing has really uncovered a lot. And I'm hoping that some of the things that we've learned here can translate into, you know, the working sessions. But Matt, I'm just curious about your interactions with, you know, with city government officials. Like, you know, who are you reporting to? You know, how are we kept abreast of that work? And yeah, who oversees the overseer here within this?
So our oversight is the governor appoints 5 members of the community. They're all residents of the city of Boston. They come on to serve 5-year terms. You know, sometimes they go a little earlier if they have some personal issues they need to get off, but for the most part, they're on for 5 years. We are obligated under our charter to have 1 meeting a year. We have about 1 a month. Usually some of them get canceled because of issues trying to get the people together. But so anywhere between 6 and 9 meetings a year that are public. we will bring what we want to look at to our members. They're all citizens, residents of the city. They will give us direction as to where they think we should be going. Several of them are lawyers, so the lawyers will kind of give us their opinions. Some of them are business owners, they'll give us their opinions. It's not all done just with I will bring things to them, but I do appreciate someone saying, well, that's more important to the city of Boston to go in that direction. As far as the contracts go, that's just day to day. So if the contracts come in, those get out the door quickly because we have a 3 or 4 day window to get them out. But as far as long-term reports and investigations, those are all approved by the commission members, and they are updated every month at the monthly meetings.
Okay, all right. So I think, and I know there's someone that I know that was appointed, Cherise Perry. She's a lawyer, Boston resident, someone who I have high regard and respect for. So I'm happy to know that that appointment was made. I do believe that there's also an opportunity for us to have a better understanding of your work and the interaction. The fact that it gets appointed by the state feels a little bit disconnected to us, even though they are Boston residents. I think that that's great, but it still doesn't feel right. And were you nominated or were you appointed?
I was appointed by the board. And if I can go back on your comments just then, the good thing about them being appointed is that there is a little bit of a space between the city of Boston and the state government. So, one of the things that we have to be very wary of is that someone isn't going to try to use the agency as a tool to get even or to get information. I do think that this gives a little bit of freedom from that. Not always have to be cognizant of it. But the other thing that you had addressed earlier is, when you're not hearing about us, I noticed some of the, we did some of the investigations onto or research into the other IG's offices in some of these other cities, and they have PR people attached to them, which, PR is important, but it's really not the nature of the job. Our job is to save taxpayer money and to make sure government operates well. So,
No, I don't want you to think that I didn't hear about you, because I actually Googled them. That's how I found them.
Absolutely.
There was I actually Googled them, and that's how I found them, to be honest with you. But there was no PR there, but I'm I understand the autonomy and, writing underneath the radar, which I think has a lot of value to your work. I just want to make sure that as we're talking about transparency, that those folks who are tuning in, many people are discovering for the first time that we even have such a committee, right? And that so this is an educational moment. This is an opportunity for those folks who don't know. Now there is such a thing called the Finance Commission, in the city of Boston, that has 5 appointed members appointed by the governor, the state, Boston residents, and with a small budget and a small staff that is making sure that all your tax dollars are being put to good use. Yes. So I'm so glad that you were able to come for the record and help us hear all of that. And I think it's great. And I think the reason why I keep asking the question, that this is not in competition or in place of, that what we're trying to do here is strengthen community engagement, government accountability, and transparency and oversight. And it's not just about the dollars and our efficiency. It is also restoring trust in city government. And that requires having access to information in a timely fashion that is accessible. So to have 2 counselors, right? One that was a chief of staff for a previous counselor, and a counselor who met you 4 years ago asking you 101 questions about the commission and your work. Shame on us for not knowing half the things that we've discovered today. And it goes again to demonstrate why we are having this conversation to begin with, right? It really, and even with former counselor Larry DeCara, he is the chair of an audit committee in the city of Boston, right? that is also, shame on us again, right? We have all of these, and there's a few empty seats that are up for grabs in that committee. And I wouldn't have known that had I done a little bit of research and started digging into getting myself prepared for this particular hearing, right? So I just don't think that government right now, the way we're functioning, and this is not to you, this is just overall why we're having this conversation, is this: I don't think that we have all the pieces in place. And so I really do appreciate you coming here and sharing all of the amazing work that your commission is doing. And I think, I think that there's an opportunity for us to figure out what a complement looks like. If there is such an office, would you'd be the person that gets appointed to be, you need more tools in your toolkit, I'm going to assume, to be able to do work, right? I'm just trying to find as many pathways towards making sure that we can establish a government that works for everyone. And that when I say work, that we're getting our return on that investment. And whether it means expanding your office and your reach and refurbishing it to have a different name with different powers, so be it. I'm not trying to replace, I'm trying to enhance. And I want to be really clear about that, because I don't want anyone to walk away from this conversation thinking that I don't think that your commission is doing its work, or that the audit committee is unnecessary, nor is the state IG unnecessary. I really want to be clear about that. All I'm saying is that right now, as an outsider looking in, who's now on the inside, I feel as though we have an opportunity to step up and meet the moment and be as transparent with not just our money, but with our protocols, policies, and procedures, to really be able to deliver for the people of Boston. And I'm so glad that you have been in this role working towards that, and really do appreciate your leadership. And it's good to see you again.
Thank you. Good seeing you as well.
Councilor Coletta, just because I know I've had a marathon of hearings, I'm not gonna hold anyone else hostage. And I know Councilor Breeden is on deck.
Go ahead, Councilor Breeden.
You're on mute.
Talking to myself again. Couldn't talk to a nicer person. Yes, the Finance Commission is empowered by the City Charter, Section 43. So it is and has been in existence, I think, since the early 1900s. So it's been around for a very long time. I think I've had many conversations with Matthew over the past few years, and about all sorts of different things that we're concerned about. And very often, the one thing that strikes me is that they do a hell of a lot of work on very, very, very slim budget. So if anything, it's budget season. I really feel that given the importance of the work, that they need to be adequately resourced. I look back in 1970, they had 8 people, and in 1980, I think they had 8 people, 8 staff, and then it dropped down in 1990 to 4 people, and it's been pretty much at that level, and a very modest budget of the budget for the organization right now is about just over 300,000, which is absolutely a pittance given the scale of the responsibilities that they have. So, I feel thank you, Matthew, for all your great work, and I feel that as we explore these different options. I don't want to negate the incredible work that the Finance Commission has been doing for a very long time.
If I could, we have a chairman, Richard Iannello, who's also a past city councilor, who is the chairman of our commission, and as mentioned, Sharice Perry was also going to testify, but unfortunately both work other jobs as well, so they weren't able to stick around.
No, we appreciate it. I think we should, to Councilor Breeden's point, I think it would be really helpful for us to have a second, well, at least for us, Matt, it would be great. To Councilor Breeden's point, it is budget season and we don't know what we don't know. And I think hearing from you today really helps provide a lot of insight. All of the work that you're doing on behalf of the city, that maybe you can get you a whole press team to talk about your work, you know, like it shouldn't take a hearing for us to hear all that, but I'm grateful for your time and really do appreciate you
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for everything. Councilor Coletta, you have been an amazing chair. I want to just thank you before you put my mic on mute, how much I appreciate all of the questions that you provided, but also just the grace in terms of allowing people to go over, and you have really allowed this hearing to play out the way that it did. I really do appreciate the time and energy that you put forth in setting us up for success. Thank you.
Thank you for that, and it's been a robust conversation. I've learned a lot. Clearly have more to learn. I want to thank everybody for their time, their advocacy, their energy. I know that I am hungry, and we've been at this for about 4 hours. So in the absence of additional public testimony, I think I will move to close this hearing. Just want to thank everybody. We have more work to do, and I am hopeful that there is a lane here to implement something in partnership, supplementing the work that's already being doing. So thank you to Councilor Mejia, Councilor Breeden, for sticking this out for 4 hours. I appreciate all of you. Thank you to central staff. This hearing is now adjourned.
Thank you.
Thanks.